No, we need time to try.
Next year,
2022.
Maybe
Don't worry.
next year. Like I'm planning to go to Christmas then.
Right. But okay.
I'm planning to go to the UK for Christmas. So.
Yeah. What second week already, third week, more like it.
I mean, maybe I could work around it. But yeah, man, that's not.
All right. I mean, we should definitely factor this in. If a lot of you on holidays, Christmassy time.
That's true.
Typically with the fam. Maybe we do first week of December. I don't know. But that's the date that we're looking at to avoid killer jellyfish and the rains. But look, one of the things that makes a festival great in IMO, not just Burning Man, where it's like only giving, but also other sister festivals that really employ like that giving concept. Even though there is some commerce, having elements of giving implemented, it really encouraged like a Giveth corner. Maybe I'm envisioning like where people are encouraged to maybe get on board into Giveth, but also like take one, leave one kind of thing. I mean, that's more tradesies, but it's kind of like, but you don't even necessarily just see the person you're giving to. You just kind of like see something cool, leave something cool. That's something that happens at a bunch of events. Or how could you encourage people to give at the event, and prepare them beforehand to be ready to give once they arrive. Because that's like the best. It's definitely like friendship acceleration. Like when someone gives, like let's say if you're setting up a camp at a festival and you need help with something, maybe with your tent, or maybe you need a flashlight or something like that, and then you go ask the neighboring camp, hey, would you help me with this, or could you lend me that, you're way more likely to become friends with that person now, right? It's just it's a beautiful like friendship acceleration. And the same is true with Gitcoin, right? Like we're all giving to each other's things in a lot of ways and supporting one another, whether that be in collaborations or information or whatever it may be. Impact Alpha, we're giving a lot during this time, and that really does help form those bonds and ultimately create a really beautiful atmosphere for collaboration and for just a positive experience overall. So definitely 100% need to integrate that into this festival. And Giveth, I think, is the perfect organization to help us do it, because that's really what you guys are all about, right? The give economy.
Can we grab what you just said there?
It's all recorded. It's all recorded.
Wait, can we make like a timestamp though, and then come back to
2:49 UTC? I just screenshotted it on my phone. All right, we're gonna go back to that. Let me write a note. I'm gonna write Giveth time stamp. Okay, I just scribbled on the screenshot photo. All right, I'll DM it to you. So we don't forget. This is UTC, so All right, great. Yeah. You probably can't read it, but you know what I'm saying. All right, awesome. So dude, and I know what.
No, go ahead, continue.
Like Giveth is also, a lot of people there attend Burning Man, which we're kind of modeling some of the things off for this event. So Defo gotta involve the team somehow.
So the big goal is, can we get Griff? Can we get Griff to come?
Definitely. Right? Yeah.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
That's a given. We must. Honestly, we should contact some of these people that we really need to get there, and also factor that into the finalization of our date. Honestly, we need them there. It's gonna totally add to the atmosphere.
Yeah. I mean, Griff and Lauren were saying they've both been to Thailand, but separate, not together.
Right.
So you guys should come to Thailand together.
Well, I think DevCon potentially will be in Bangkok. It's not announced yet, but they've said Southeast Asia, and there's some rumors that might be Bangkok.
Let me jump as well. Hey guys, Paul behind Ecosynthesis. I think as well it will be Bangkok, Thailand. And yeah, Griff will be nice to have him here, but let's prepare better from our side to deliver like small presentation or small materials, just to make it more proper and professional and for people to spend time and their attention. And yeah, for sure, that's super nice. I will be excited. I think they will be glad to join when they will hear all the excited things here and we will present Pangan. Back to you, Jimmy.
Let's grow. Pangan for the win. Yeah. So when is Dev Connect going to be? I mean,
sure,
DevCon, not
but
Connect.
that's highly likely in Thailand, I think.
Right, but when though? Because if we do it like right before or after that, then that's already going to bring the Web3 community to Thailand, and then we just go.
I think it will be the same time.
Yeah,
Maybe the
great.
same time that this one. I don't know. We need to check the history, or like maybe check with the orgs on that.
Yeah. There's a lot of factors at play here.
I think consider is like the people who will be coming from like Americas or Europe, like it'll be much easier if it is around each other, right? So yeah, but I don't think there's anything confirmed for it, so that's the problem.
Yeah, we need those confirmations. We're planning this like more than a year in advance, so there's plenty of time to iron these different things out. But yeah, we're just planting these seeds early on to involve these different groups, right? Because yeah, the experience is going to be put on by the refi community. So we're going to have like a green pill workshop stage, and we're going to have maybe like a refi DAO meditation area. We can have a tree gen mangrove tree planting region, right, where people can plant and claim mgrow. We can have some coconut. We need some wasabi. We got to involve the coconut somehow, bro. I mean, like we want to have case studies of everything, so people who are just getting green pill, they get to really like not just learn from an educational perspective, but also like experience, like do the thing. Like people got to be able to claim evergreen coin. Actually, I made a little list recently. Yeah, got to claim evergreen coin, claim litter token, clean planet, mgrow, wheel coin, Web3 Beach, I don't know, whatever rewards they're doing. We need to combine all of these different like reward mechanisms so that the light bulb moment happens in people's minds and they're like, oh snap, we can actually make some money through this and do good, and let that be their first experience into crypto. It's a beautiful onboarding mechanism, and I think that people will be hooked.
Mid bull run anyway, so it's like a good time.
A good time, yeah.
I don't think it's been like onboarding people into Greenpill though, right? It's just more let's have a Greenpill experience because the people coming are already Greenpilled.
That is our initial target audience. But I mean, we're on Koh Phangan where the full moon parties happen, right? So there's like tens of thousands of people coming for the full moon parties around this time. So we can also promote to them and invite them because there's also going to be a kick house party on the weekend. I mean, there's workshops throughout the week, but then we're going to have a big musical celebration. Hopefully, if we get some funding in, we can get a big artist and stuff like that too. So those people we can green pill. The more like sustainability festival goers might not be too well versed in crypto, we can green pill those people. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. I love it. So
let's grow. Let's grow the movement.
And it looks like when Dev Connect 2024 is a great question because looks like 2022 they had it in the spring. This year they had it in the fall. So yeah.
DevCon, you mean, or Dev Connect?
Dev Connect. I went to devconnect.org.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm thinking about DevCon that might be in Thailand.
Oh, gotcha.
Very similar names, but
guys, I think we can check in advance. We can contact DevCon and check the time because they have time for sure, and we can adjust in case we can extend if we want to bring like comfort way for people who come from like North America, for example, South America to DevCon. That they can DevCon they can stay here in Thailand maybe 2 more weeks, and we just can make it. We can like start it in January, maybe. I mean, we can move it a little bit to just make it more convenient and to gather more people from community here. That's my thought on that.
Yep. We got to figure out what their dates are if it's on public, and ideally we need the alpha. Anyone got a contact at DevCon? Let us know. All right, we're trying to reach out. Here we grow. So yeah, back to you.
Reminds me, I met somebody on the plane who she deals with a lot of events in Asia, So she might know. I'm gonna have to contact.
Nice. Yeah, I know the organizer of ETH Vietnam, same person who did the Palau blockchain summit. So maybe I might know. I'll hit her up too. Yeah, let's all reach out to our connects. All right, surely we know someone.
Yeah, man, let's do it. I think that's been my favorite part about going to Istanbul is like meeting people meeting people in person, and then also meeting people who I like don't normally connect with online and stuff. So in real life is always the best, and I think everyone should have a goal to go to at least one Web3 event every year, because it's like magic, you know.
It really is, man. It really, really is. It just hits different, you know, seeing people IRL, giving them a big old hug, having deep discussions IRL until wee hours of the night. Magical things do happen when Regens unite. I noticed we got Sunflower joining us up here. What's going on, Sunflower? You growing some sunflowers?
Hey, let's grow, let's grow.
Let's go.
Is that Steve? Is that Steve behind the Giveth account?
That is Steve. How's it going?
Steve, we gotta hang out. I just saw you're back in Thailand. How long are you in Thailand for?
That's a good question. It's looking like maybe 5 months, maybe 6. So
excellent,
yeah,
fantastic.
It'll be awesome.
And are you already where in Thailand are you going to be?
Koh Phangan, but we're in Bangkok for 5 days because my granddad's here. So
okay, perfect. So I was already planning on spending a week or two and visiting Anna Maria in Koh Phangan. So excited to see you. I don't know what I think it'll be sometime in January.
Dude, I'm moving to Thailand in January, man. Yo.
What?
Yeah, this is gonna be like the sickest regen hub. So many regens are coming to Koh Phangan. I swear, it's gonna be fire.
I love these guys. Love these.
Yeah, Refi Phangan is thriving.
Amazing! I'm excited. I'm very excited to. I spent 6 months in Koh Samui, and so I'm familiar with the vibe. I never got over to Koh Phangan. I know it's like smaller, you know, probably a bit of a chiller vibe. It's got the whole full moon parties. So, but I absolutely love Koh Samui, and I'm excited to go back there too.
Note to Stuart, if we can adjust the stage for the co-host of Ecosynthesis from Giveth, because Steve has to run. Please adjust accordingly. Thank you.
I think the Stuart is still Guru? Is it you, Guru? Is that you?
Should be Utkarsh around this time of day.
Oh, Utkarsh. All right. Utkarsh stepping up. What's going on, Kush? Oh, you're a DJ and radio host. Perfect.
Yes, this is why when I heard you talk about festival in Bangkok, and I was like, what? Okay.
The festival's in Koh Phangan. There's a Web3 event in Bangkok, most likely, that
cool.
we want to maybe piggyback off of. But yeah, Koh Phangan, the place of where full moon parties became a thing. That's where we're gonna greenpill a lot of people into refi. Are you familiar with refi, regenerative finance?
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I am familiar with refi, but I haven't dipped into it as far as investing or dipping into it that way.
Well, you come to the right place. Here we gronate. All right. What's a gronation, you might ask? Well, a gronation is where you donate and grow the movement at the same time. And how do you maximize your impact with donations? Well, hear me out, okay? There's something called Gitcoin quadratic funding. Are you familiar with this concept?
Nope.
Okay, we're green pilling you today, all right? So basically what Gitcoin is, it's the longest standing grant program in Web3. I believe they've given out more than $50 million to worthy projects. there are many different categories. The one that typically is featured here is climate solutions. Okay, so there's a lot of climate solutions grants here, and instead of just giving out these funds according to someone's bias, reading of an application, they let the entire Web3 community and beyond decide how it is allocated, and that allocation of their funds is basically given out through matching. So it depends on how many people donate, even just $1 of crypto. We're not asking for an arm and a leg here. Just $1 of crypto, okay, can basically be some people call it a vonation, right? Because you're essentially voting that this one should be getting some more of the matching pool. So we can get like 30x donations. And what's in it for you, you might ask? Well, a lot of these give a hypercert. All right, so a hypercert is basically like an impact claim. So you'll get a fraction of this hypercert by contributing. Some, for example, Optimism, massive $1 billion market cap chain, they came through Gitcoin, right? So did I think PancakeSwap, some massive startups in the space, and they have traditionally, retroactively rewarded their early supporters, right? Because you can get their wallet address, they airdrop you, happy days. Now, no one's making promises here, right? No one's allowed to make promises as well. But if you support some of these startups in the early days, there's a chance they might also retroactively reward you. But definitely a good chunk of them will give you a hyper cert, which is also like an impact claim and stuff like that. So yeah, did that make sense? Am I talking crazy talk here, or is there anything you want to dig into?
It kind of is. I would have to kind of go dig into a little bit more to understand the flow, but it does sound super interesting, man.
All right,
right on. Fundraising opportunities.
Yeah. It is a great fundraising opportunity, and if you're doing like Web3 community education, for example, that's another round. There's a whole bunch of rounds. I recommend you go to explore.gitcoin.co, or you just tap on the link in bio for some of the projects that are up here. Check it out. You do have to first, before contributing to get that matching, verify that you're not trying to game the system, because it's pretty easy to make a wallet on crypto, right? So they do something called Gitcoin Passport. Basically, you just have to connect some of your socials. If you have Web3 on-chain activity, that's great. Otherwise, you could scan your passport or an ID. But basically, it's actually zero knowledge proof, so you're not technically doxing yourself. So it's just kind of to prove that you are a unique human and not trying to game the system. So passport.gitcoin.co. Boom, that's step number 1. A lot of these are on Optimism, which is kind of cool that was born through this. So you got to bridge funds over, a bunch of bridges out there, or you just withdraw from a centralized exchange. So withdraw to your MetaMask and put your ETH on Optimism when that option comes up. So on the network, click Optimism, put some ETH on there, happy days. 00069 is a happy number to give to a bunch of grantees.
Oh, this sounds cool, man. I also want to say thanks for Giveth. Just wanted to give props to Giveth as well. We're leveraging you guys for
our man.
Here. So appreciate you for setting that up.
Nice.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Growing every day. Guys, I've got to leave, but
oh no.
Yeah. But I'll be back tomorrow. So
all right.
I need to go get some
sleep. Good to see you,
Steve. Yeah, thanks for coming through. Always great vibes. Do try to find out the answer to those questions.
Yeah.
Do you have to build on Polygon, or can you be multi-chain, or can you just deploy on it for the grants? Would love to know.
Send me so I can tomorrow to make sure I ask properly.
All right. I'll send it in your DMs. To Steve or on Telegram or
cool.
To the Giveth page?
Could do it to either or.
Okay.
I'll know. Yeah.
Both inboxes.
Cool. All right.
Well,
fun.
Good night, Steve.
Take care, bro, Safari.
Good night, Steve.
Bye-bye, Steve.
Bye, Steve. We love you, Steve.
Kush, really, really good to see you up here. It's really great to hear from you. And I think even Giveth has done some quadratic funding rounds in the past. So if you're already on there, I think I don't. So like verified projects basically qualify. That was what Steve was also talking to before, and so the quadratic funding rounds on Giveth happen. I don't know exactly what the rhythm is like, and they've only started to do them a little while ago, and Gitcoin has been doing that for a few years. But yeah, super. I didn't actually know that you're also using Giveth, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, but I think overall, what you're doing is also pretty aligned to quite a few people, even though like many are in the like environmental sector. That definitely are quite a few in the Web3 education round and education and community rounds who are specifically focused around helping communities on the ground. So yeah, I would love to maybe let everybody also hear what you're working on and what you've been working on in the Web3 space in terms of social impact.
Oh, sure. I'm working on a Mount Ward project. It is the one profile there you see, like the M and W over one another. It's an alumni association. I'm working with a nonprofit here in Toronto, Canada. We're under the umbrella of the Alliance of Jamaican Alumni Associations, and they have the registered charity designation with the Canadian government. We're in the mission of raising $10,000 for the school, which will be broken into 3 pillars. One is breakfast and lunch program. The second is a scholarship program. And the third is a Web3 program. We, in the community here, created a syllabus that was approved by the school principal. So once we raise enough funds, we'll be sending someone out there to do their first initial teaching, with focusing on art, physical art, like on organic art, and then introduce them to the AI tools to start bringing them in the fold of understanding Web3, using wallets and that kind of thing. We're going to be using tablets to do so, with data feeds to leverage the internet. We got some assistance from Digicel. We fell under the Digicel Foundation, under their STEM program for technology. So they were kind enough to give us a bit of help with that. We're still looking to source tablets. So if anyone out there has any ideas on sourcing, we'd totally be open to getting some more information around that. But that's kind of where we are right now. We're trying to get a photo op with Digicel as well to build that transparency. The website is on the Mount Ward site. You can see, and there's also an infographic there as well. Just had a meeting with the committee, and they're very happy with where we're going. The Alumni Association has been in operation for a while, but this is the first time we've integrated the Web3 aspects, and they're happy with how we're looking to futurize the alumni drive and bring in younger individuals into what we're doing, and reaching out to other alumni in the area to kind of futurize them. We'll still be doing IRL events. We've done that in the past, and so we've done fundraising in the past. With the Web3s, we've done a drop on Ethereum, and that came with a series of perks. We're looking to do another drop on Polygon, and that will come with a series of perks as well. That will be obviously opened up to the Ethereum early holders as well. This is a series of exclusive interviews. You will be getting a custom avatar that can be used on Spatial, some cool little perks like that, and then being able to leverage some other storytelling projects to build value for this current part in the Web3. But that's kind of where we are right now, still building, moving forward, and yeah, it's a slow grind, but we're happy that we have these platforms to use, Manifold and Giveth.io, and being able to leverage platforms like Spatial to be able to give out some of the perks.
Let's grow. Love it, fam. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for doing what you do. Hey, would you be open doing a bit of a musical performance throughout this Let's Grow Live? We're live 24/7 until midnight UTC on the 29th of November.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Let's grow, man. Sick. So let's grow. By the way, Utkarsh, I'm trying to add you to the video stream, but you got like 4 pixels. Oh no, okay, now it's better. Now it's better. Okay. It's still a little glitchy, but much better than before. Okay, cool. All right, amazing. So yeah, by the way, guys, shout out to our channel partners. We are live on Bankless DAO, on Solarpunk DAO, on Refi DAO, on TreeGen DAO, across 15 different channels across the interwebs. And thank you for those channel partners for doing the thing. There's a lot of bankless related Gitcoin grants in the community education round. And so there's also a lot of refi nodes in the climate and education rounds. I, for one, donated to all of them because they're amazing and they're helping us grow this movement, and they're also doing really good things. So
Did
recommend.
you donate to all the projects in community round?
No, not all the projects, but
Oh,
all the
that's
bankless DAOs,
okay.
all the bankless, little initiatives.
Bankless, refi, green bill, etc., etc.
There's a lot.
Everything comes in.
There's a. Oh, I see anything refi related in community education. I usually contribute to.
Boom.
Let's get some of those funds over to refi.
Take those dollars.
Negative. But refi one bucket, they need a bit more. But yeah, no. Also, everyone who's come here on Let's Go Live, if I am here, I gronate because I get to hear your voice. It's hard to just contribute based on a write up, But if you can hear someone's voice and you hear the passion, you know what? How about this? I'll gronate extra. Okay, how about this? For the next 5 startups that appear on video, okay? Now we get to see a little bit of extra oomph in it. The next 5 get 0.00420 Ethereum. It's about 8 buckarooci's to your grant if you come on video. All you got to do is whip open your laptop, sorry, already said that number. Go to bit.ly/Let's Grow Video. That's bit.ly/Let's Grow Video. If you jump on there, look at them popping in. Here we go. Hey, good altruism. Bam, we got him. 0.00420.
The stewards had to steward for 2 weeks, so I would say.
Jimmy, can I appreciate all you're doing? You're just amazing.
Stewards already got 0.00420.
That's what the stewards had to steward for 2 weeks, but it's a pretty good deal.
Jimmy
for all
is the best.
projects.
Can I ask a quick question of Kush? Really interested in the project, if that's all right. Did you say you're based out of Toronto and you're working with the Toronto charity? I'm Toronto local, and so I'm always looking for organizations in that area and potential partners. So I'd love. What was the organization you mentioned?
It's called Malt Ward Alumni.
Cool.
Yeah.
And it's based out of Toronto?
Yes. And the AJAA is the organization who has the designated charity designation with the Canada government, and we fall under that umbrella.
Very cool. Awesome. I'm going to totally send you a DM offline if that's okay. I would love to connect and learn more about the work. And sorry, I just wanted to jump in and ask that, but I'll give it back to you, Jimmy. And Jimmy, appreciate all you do to grenade to so many incredible projects and uplift so many public goods projects. So thank you, Jimmy. And I'll hand it back to you.
Absolutely. Thanks for bringing me up.
Of course. Makes me happy. Where else can you guys get like 10x matching, 30x matching, sometimes 100x insanity kind of matching? I mean, it's unheard of, guys. I'm all about max impact, right? Done almost 400 episodes of that, empowering people to maximize the positive impact. This is how you do it. You get matching 30 times on $1. I mean, that's pretty remarkable stuff. So yeah, makes me very happy to support these projects. These startups, we should say. I really hope you guys continue to grow and grow and grow in the long term and continuously make an impact. So let's grow. Crypto Altruism's getting another one. Who else is going to come on the video? Shimon up. Oh, Gil's coming on. Gil's coming
You're the
up.
best, Jimmy.
Gil's
appreciate you. You're amazing.
Of course, fam. Of course. Got you. Gil's coming on. So that's Regens Unite. Camera's not on yet, though. It doesn't count. You thought you could just come on without a camera? Nah, dude. You gotta whip that on. Let's see that beautiful face. I want to see the passion in your eyes of what you want us to gronate towards. All right. Go ahead, Kingfisher.
TreeGens is on a different level here. You guys are witnessing it firsthand in here. By the way, Crypto Altruism, I was going to come over to you because I saw your mic opening up. So I figured you had a question for Kush. So no worries there. But, with Jimmy and TreeGens, sometimes it's hard to get a word in edgewise. Anyways, a bit of housekeeping. So Utkarsh, please bring up Ecosynthesis to the stage as a co-host. And Kush, I have a question for and Kush, I have a question for you. Can you talk about your relationship a little bit with Searchlight.art?
Yeah. So I got asked to, or there was an open call, so I got introduced to the founders, some of the people that I knew there, like Dr. Levy. It's kind of my peer circle, I guess, if you want to call it that. Submitted some art, got in as a finalist, and did a few showings with them, a few exhibits, and had some success with being able to get into the finalists. The last one that I did was an open call, and again, I happened to graciously get asked to be the finalist, or got into the finals there, and then from there, that opened us up to getting onto Join and Hug. And so I think those are pretty cool. If you're doing art for Searchlight and you connect into the Join, JOIN.xyz, there is a ton of open calls there. So I'd recommend definitely taking a look at that.
Beautiful, beautiful. And you're a space host as well, too, right? I saw.
Spaces, yeah, I do host some spaces. I was looking to build community for my project, so I was doing that on Mondays. But with the Raw DAO, which is where we had our project propped up in the Discord, so they were kind of one of our partners to bring that forward.
What is the Raw DAO and what is their emphasis?
Their emphasis is independent creators, obviously in the Web3, and they are focusing on the physical to digital and digital to physical space, so digital twinning. Do a number of events, and they have builders there. One of the builders built our classroom on Spatial. We've been leveraging that metaverse space for this project. And they were hosting our spaces and building community for the DAO and for our project. So it was kind of a group thing, and we met in Twitter Spaces about a year ago.
Oh, very cool, very cool. Since you're in Spatial and you are a DJ, are you familiar with one of the most prolific builders in Spatial, Dope Stilo?
Oh yeah. I've been to his events. We're connected, and I'm in his chat. We've had talks and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. I'm a holder of Dope Stilo's Bonita, and I'm
Okay, nice.
I'm a very huge fan of his work, especially with what he's done with Spatial, because I think he's when I said prolific, like he has one of the most comprehensive builds in Spatial that I've seen. So it's always good to have people that we can learn from like that, like mentors.
Yeah, I really like that song too. It's one of my favorites from him, Bonita. And I think he's been working with, I hope I say this right, Cyber Nerd Baby, I believe is one of the main builders he's been using. And she's amazing. She's built the Star Wars space that was there where you could fly the X-Wing in that. It's pretty cool.
Amazing. Trey Jens, do you have any more questions for Kush?
I actually wanted to invite Gil back up. I saw he was in the green room for a second, and I gave him a shake because his camera wasn't on. I don't know if he got a little camera shot, but come on up, good sir. I want to talk with Regens Unite as well, so I'm sending you an invite. Wait, it says you're already up. Oh no, I can't send invites because I'm not good. But yeah, just tap the mic. Just tap the mic. All right, I want to talk about some of the event things that you got going on as well. But yeah, jump back on the video.
A sec, one housekeeping bit. Kingfisher, you said Ecosynthesis is up. Oh, there he is. Okay, cool.
There he is. Come on, Synthesis.
There he is.
Time to synthesize.
Synthesize us.
Yes. But yeah,
Civil
no,
Monkey,
Kush.
over to you.
Okay, Civil, yeah.
Yeah. I am happy to see that we have not only many heroes who don't put it in the name, but Hon especially who have put it in the name. Here we go. No, yeah. So I mean, we are obviously like across the space have been like talking about different grand ecosystems, and I'm always interested in like exploring how different ecosystems do things and what people are like, what the reasons why different people choose different ecosystems and what the advantages are of like using different tech stacks. And that was actually not meant to be a pun, but it actually yeah, so stacks is something that also exists outside of the sort of Ethereum bubble, and I've met Eurogamer over the last, like, I don't know, couple weeks and months, and been fortunate to learn a little bit about what he's been up to with Natalie Crew, actually. And Natalie, of course, alongside Liana, has been in the social impact Web3 space for like a long time. And yeah, Eurogamer is actually doing a Stacks, which is a Bitcoin L2 grant program, and has been actually designing that. And so yeah, very much involved, and has been thinking a lot about how to put a grant ecosystem together, and how to think about governance and doing things. And yeah, so Eurogamer, I'm very happy to see you here, and we'd love to hear from you. Maybe, yeah, short intro, what you're up to, who you are, and yeah.
Hey guys, hey fellow grants people, nice to see you. Yeah, so yeah, I'm Eurogamer. I started doing the grant stuff just over like say 6 months ago, and yeah, like Gitcoin is definitely one of the best, but probably the best or the go-to. So yeah, looked at a lot of different sort of DAOs and governance and Gitcoin. So we started piloting a small fund just to try it out and see if it goes well. And I guess the unique thing about the little grant that I'm running is that it was designed by the community, like collaborated. We talk on Twitter Spaces all the time. Everything was public. And then now is basically run by the community with along with like 22 stewards. Yeah, but it's a little bit challenging to connect to the Ethereum guys, because you guys have a very thriving ecosystem, and it's not like technically connected to the Bitcoin world. But it's still very good to see like so much initiatives going on in the Ethereum world. So I guess like you guys are literally like 5 years ahead of us, which is pretty cool. But yeah, just yeah, that's all. But yeah, thanks.
Very cool. And I see predominantly it says BTC-ish. So you guys are pretty much supporting projects or people in your ecosystem with Bitcoin, right? What does the ish mean? Are you guys open to other tokens or coins?
That's me trying to annoy Maxi, because you know, as you know, there are a lot of Bitcoin Maxi in the space, and they tend to only like Bitcoin, nothing else, and it's pretty. They are really the minority, I have to say, and I just like to troll them sometimes. And so when they say Bitcoin only, so I say Bitcoin only-ish, because there are a lot of other protocols around the Bitcoin ecosystem, and they are much more open-minded. Like we have Ordinals right now, which is really big, and you know, whether it's from sales volume or number of traded. Yeah, so a lot of people now in the Bitcoin ecosystem are opening their minds up, even the X Maxis. So yeah, I just like to troll them sometimes, and yeah, it's just, yeah, that's for really speaking to them. But it's, I guess also from my part would be like, yes, I love to see the Bitcoin ecosystem thrive. Yeah, that's why I put it there.
Hi, Hiroji. I think there is, if I'm not mistaken, an L2 coming out. I feel like Lightning Network is one L2 already, if I'm not mistaken. But there is, I have heard of a dedicated L2 coming out to build the entire DeFi ecosystem.
Yeah, no, like Bitcoin is going through some big culture shift since Ordinals. Like that was like back in February, I guess, or March when that happened. And then just people from, I don't know where they come from, like maybe just OG Bitcoiners or from the Ethereum world or Solana world, started noticing like, oh, there is something there, and you can get in super early, because Ethereum is almost like very developed and older L2, but Bitcoin isn't. So that leaves like a pretty open sea. No pun, but yeah. And then people want to build like various type of L2s. Lightning has been there for ages, like more than 5 years, but it hasn't really taken off. Like Lightning is great for like micropayments, and it is used on the ground, but it's not getting like mass adoption. Like I would say, yeah, it's not. And recently, there's been more and more talks about whether that's kind of a lack of a better terms, like a failed project. Um, it works, but it just hasn't worked as widely used as the Maxi would love to be. Yeah, so that's Lightning, that's L2, but that's not like a smart contract. They just like payment, like sending money here between us. So if I send it to you right now, a Lightning payment, it would cost like a fraction of a cent. It's like maybe 50 satoshis or 100 satoshis. That's how Lightning works, but it has a lot of issues because sometimes maybe it doesn't work because it need to jump through. It's not a blockchain, and you have to jump through different nodes. Yeah, it's very sort of technically challenging. So, and also if you want to be a node, or if you want to have some money on Lightning and to have privacy, you have to run your own node, and you have to create a channel between me and you in order for that payment to send back and forth. So it's kind of complicated for an average Joe. That's why like all the Ethereum contract layers are much easier to operate, like Ethereum and various other chains like Solana. But yeah.
Yeah, Kingfisher, just one more bit.
Go ahead.
It's all right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, just since we're on this Bitcoin discussion, right? Like the biggest grievance that I've had is most of the DeFi that you see on Ethereum and EVM based chains unlocks a lot of value from the native ETH token, and that's why we also see a lot of money like flowing in because it's tied, right? Like you're able to withdraw dollars by depositing your ETH, and then you can do a bunch of stuff with it, or you can just leverage it, and so on and so forth. That somehow has just been entirely missing. I feel like I'm not sure of the current market cap, but it's north of 600-700 billion dollars, and in which case all of that wealth, if you want to call it wealth, is just lying idle. No one is able to deposit their Bitcoin unless it's not a wrapped BTC and then like take out dollars, or no one is able to create an entire financial ecosystem based on that Bitcoin because yeah, it's just being mined and it's just like adding to market cap and up and down. But I would have really liked to see that potential value get unlocked and like be utilized, because I mean, there's a lot of I feel mismatched expectations about Bitcoin becoming a reserve. Maybe that can happen at some point in time, but at that same point, like there is a lot of potential in being able to deposit Bitcoin and then create stable coins that are backed by Bitcoin as an asset, like over collateralized 150% or whatever. And all of that is not happened yet because most of the over collateralized stable coins that we have, which are not backed by the real dollar, the only shortage that they tend to have is worthy crypto assets, and they tend to exhaust ETH really quick. There isn't any other crypto assets that's got that much liquidity and volume going on. Bitcoin is one, but haven't seen anything happen with Bitcoin. And I feel like easily, I mean, if there is $600-700 billion market cap, could definitely like create a $50 billion worth stable coin from that. I don't know why it isn't happening.
You're really on point. That's it's a big challenge because Bitcoin L1 doesn't have smart contract, right? So you can't just like go some website, connect your wallet, and deposit into a pool, which I've done on Ethereum and Binance and Solana. I've done all that. Yeah, Bitcoin just doesn't work like that, unfortunately. It's optimized on the base layer for store value, and because the culture is so, I think, since the block wars, like a lot of developer become very conservatives, and how the ecosystem evolves and improves. And if you want to add a small contract stuff on the base layer, it basically is a no. You already know that it's impossible. Yeah, so I agree with you actually. So it's pretty challenging. But yesterday I was on a Twitter space with a guy called William, and he's a founder of Botanics Lab, and he's designed something called Spider Chain. And basically what that is you deposit a Bitcoin into this bridge, and then you can, on the other side, out comes uh, uh, almost like their equivalent of wrapped Bitcoin, and then you can go play around on the Ethereum ecosystem. So it's almost like a POS on top of Bitcoin. So
but again, I feel like Wrap BTC did not take off because it was non-custodial, and you're again like reliant on the bridge custodying your OG Bitcoin. And
yeah, it's cross chain, so everything has to be wrapped. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's any other way. You can do like native stuff on Bitcoin, but because Bitcoin doesn't have small contract layers, so you have to use wrapped. Yeah, like even Stacks, we have wrapped Bitcoin, but in the future we're gonna have a more decentralized wrapped version of Bitcoin called SBTC. But yeah, if you leave any chain outside Bitcoin, you're gonna have to be wrapped. Even there was a proposal called Drive Chain, and that's gonna have like the trustless bridge. But it doesn't matter. Like if you deposit that into a bridge and outcomes on the Drive Chain layer, it will be a wrapped version. There's no way around when you leave an ecosystem. It's almost like Ethereum to Polygon. Like it will be a wrapped ETH on the Polygon layer. It's impossible to have a native ETH on a Polygon layer. I guess it would be, the analogy would be like that.
Yeah, I do think like I mean we are also designing a currency that's backed by climate assets, and we were trying to understand what's the best way to go cross chain.
Climate assets.
Yeah, so purely backed by climate assets, energy, agri, transport, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we were also trying, because the thing is, the ecosystems are cross chain. At least in the refi space, we have Celo, Optimism, and Polygon that are at the forefront, and we need to be present.
I really feel like a lot of the grants initiatives, like some are chain specific, but like climate stuff should be just like any chain, right? So I agree with that. Like why couldn't you have your stuff on the Bitcoin easily? But I guess it's
there
difficult.
is some tech that has now come about. Like I mean, from the last conversation that we had, it's going to be now as simple as just creating a contract which creates like wrapped versions of your token on multiple chains, and then it's a one click to unwrap it also. So I don't think the underlying tech changes, but the UX for people to engage with definitely changes. So
what protocol is that?
We are talking to somebody called LeFi Protocol. They do a lot of cross-chain transactions. It's basically like an aggregator of bridges, and it abstracts all your cross-chain needs away. And now they're working. This is a new ERC standard that's coming. It's already come out. I think I'm forgetting the number behind the standard, but it's basically to create like cross-chain tokens on EVM compatible blockchains.
Oh, so you can't cross over to Bitcoin.
Yeah, so no, Bitcoin's out of question, but I think at least being present in all EVM chains is a big up for us. So yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. There's a protocol called RSK, which is another layer 2 on Bitcoin, and they are EVM compatible. So maybe you can do it on RSK. Rootstock is called. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard of them before, but
No,
yeah,
cool.
they
I
are
I'll
like a
definitely check it
small,
out.
yeah, they are a small EVM. They are small layer 2, smaller than us. We are small already. I mean, we are like market cap 50 something. We used to be 30, 40. Anyways, we dropped down a little bit more. But yeah, like I would say they are smaller. The biggest smart contract layer on Bitcoin right now, L2 is Stacks. And the next one up will be RSK. So they have like around 300 something million total value locked. It's like protocol plus their DeFi. So I mean, it's small compared to all the Ethereum guys, no doubt. But if you do want to do something that is ready EVM compatible, you can go to Rootstocks right now.
Cool. I'll check it out, and I will very graciously would like to offer the space back to Kingfisher, whose space we have very conveniently hijacked, and he's been supremely patient with his hands up. So,
It's all groovy.
Kingfisher,
It's all groovy. It's all groovy. We're jamming, man. We're jamming. Anyway,
Can I
Hero
ask you
Gamer.
something about this space? Like,
and this plays into it because it helps us spread the word, meet like-minded people, and grow the community, and yeah, just have fun while doing it. The mission is to grow the region movement, and this plays into it because it helps us spread the word, meet like-minded people, and grow the community, and yeah, just have fun while doing it.
And Daniel, I recognize your hand raised. We'll get over to you in a minute. I was a little skeptical bringing you up to the stage just based on your follow. I see a lot of your content.
Exactly, but yeah, next April is the rough timeline. But as you know, like it can be. I would say next April plus or minus like maybe 2 weeks or a month.
I don't know how many blocks exactly, but yeah, next April is the rough timeline. But as you know, like it doesn't. It can be. I would say next April plus or minus like maybe 2 weeks or a month. Really depends how fast and how slow the block comes, because Bitcoin, it says on average every 10 minutes. I believe Ethereum is every 20 seconds, so it's a huge difference. And like it's not like every 10 minutes it comes like every 10 minutes. It doesn't work like that. It works like the next block could be 1 minute, or the next block could be like in 1 hour. Usually it's like between like 5 to 10 minutes, I would say, how much time between each block. But it really can happen like sometimes the next block is 45 minutes, and then the one after is like another 60 minutes. Like that can happen. It doesn't happen too often, but it's really unpredictable. But if you take the span of 2 weeks, your averages out to like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I have my hand raised. Thank you, sir. Daniel, you have your hand raised.
Hey, what's up, team? I have my raised. Yeah, I have my hand raised because I want to introduce Daniel. I am in a bar right now, so I'm kind of noise at the moment. I just want to like give the word to Daniel, but I think Daniel is gonna speak in Spanish. I don't know, maybe Crypto Connection, if you can help Daniel, because I am like kind of I am not in the right place to help him. Crypto Connection, if you can help, really appreciate, because Daniel is gonna speak in Spanish. I just want like to introduce, and I'm gonna help pinning the grant of Salvaterra, that is Daniel grant. So, Daniel, si abre el micrófono y puedes empezar a hablar.
Buenos días a todos. Aquí en Colombia estamos en la mañana, entonces no sé cómo estamos allá. Primero quiero contarles un poco de la fundación. Nosotros pues ya hemos participado de estas rondas. Salvaterra es una organización que trabaja para el fomento del desarrollo rural y la protección del medio ambiente y una comercialización justa de los productos, válgase la redundancia, de los productos producidos por los campesinos en el mercado pues nacional. Quería expresar lo que hemos realizado con los donativos que nos han hecho en estas rondas, y es que hemos realizado reforestaciones junto con Refi Medellín en diferentes pues, tipos de zonas de acá de la ciudad y del departamento. También fomentamos todo lo que es la agricultura orgánica y la seguridad alimentaria. Entonces, con esta nueva ronda queremos seguir fomentando lo que venimos haciendo y seguir integrando más al habitante rural y a los habitantes urbanos. Eso es como en resumido lo que hacemos la organización. Muchas gracias.
I'm in Colombia right now.
Hey, you guys in Medellin?
Don't be so sleeping.
Sí, somos en Medellín. Estamos ubicados en Medellín.
I'm in Colombia right now.
Hey, but are you in Medellin or Bogota?
I'm in Medellin, actually.
Oh man, nice. We are gonna have like with Rifa Medellin an activity the 1st of December. Let me pin the calendar. Let me try to find the calendar.
Yeah, I'd love to see what's up. Can you invite me, or can I? Is that something I can go?
No, just register and you can go free and invite everyone. It's free to go.
So one, Crypto Connection is not in the space right now, but you care to translate what Daniel was saying?
Yeah, it seems like nobody can translate. Maybe Rifa Medellin, if you give the mic to Rifa Medellin, maybe can Rifa Medellin explain a little bit more about Salvaterra, because I'm outside right now. But Daniel was just saying like Salvaterra is like a project that helps the farmers like around Colombia. And we are doing a partnership between Salvaterra and Rifa Medellin to make some inside farms inside the city and involve the community and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's what Daniel was talking about. I invite you, like everybody, just to go to Twitter profile of Salvaterra. I just pinned the profile in the Jumbotron, so you can go and check in the tweets about Salvaterra, the activities they have been doing, and yeah, just if you want to support a nice foundation working in Medellin, just give $1 to Salvaterra, and don't forget to help with Medellin also.
So I am canceling requests, but then going back and trying to go
Very cool. Just a little bit of housekeeping to the listening audience. If you're trying to request to get up on stage, at least from my console, I'm having difficulty approving requests. So I am canceling requests, but then going back and turning your microphone. So if you've already requested and you want to get up here on stage, just press hit that microphone and it should auto.
I don't have like a good connection. I just want to bring Daniel to the stage. I don't know if somebody can help like with the Spanish thing because I'm outside at the moment.
I think you're the only one here right now.
Yo, come back at like 2 a.m. UTC, 3 a.m. UTC.
Not
a lot
today.
of Spanish speakers around those times. Yeah, Crypto Conexión. That's when she comes on, right? Was it 1 a.m.
Yeah, but
UTC?
not today.
Oh, not today.
Tomorrow.
Taking day.
So you guys
There's
try
also
to
other folks. Yeah.
different languages, guys?
Yeah,
For
I mean,
this?
we're 24/7, right? So definitely we're trying to appeal to different languages. Yeah, there's a good chunk of time around like midnight to 3 a.m. UTC, maybe
very
even
cool.
4 a.m. UTC. Yeah, what's his name?
Language
Lucius? Yeah, he's from Mexico. He's coming on at 3 a.m. UTC. So, I mean, we do like both languages. So, like, they'll speak Spanish and then they'll translate to English so everyone can participate and so hopefully support their initiatives.
Very, very cool. Yeah, I have to jump because I'm actually gonna host a Ground Twitter space right now. But yeah, really nice to meet you all. Hope to connect with some people in Medellin here. That'll be very cool.
Amazing. Yeah, DM Juan and Refi Medellin. There's some really cool regens in that part of the world. So let's grow.
Yo, Hero Gamer, before you go, Hero Gamer, if you're still there, maybe say a few words of like what is possible, like what are the grants open to, like who maybe would be able to apply, like what are the thoughts around that, so people know if they might be able to think about that.
Sure. We don't have any like official categories because a lot of the communities have sort of reflected that basically when you have categories, like what happens to the people who don't fall in one of those categories. So this $25,000 is actually very open to any idea, as long as you can bring benefits to the Stacks ecosystem. So we haven't put any official agenda on it. So just any idea that you can help grow the adoption or culture in Stacks is basically can apply. So anybody can apply, to be honest. So yeah. So if you want to apply for Impact project, you can. If you want to apply for NFT project, you also can. I mean, because the fund is so small, we just have to be placing the money strategically so that we can grow again. So like social impact could be something that we could try. Might not be on top of every Stacks community people's mind, but it's a good way to get people educated because we don't have such thing on Bitcoin right now, like social impact. Really, it's like non-existent, to be honest. So it might be a good area for you guys to come into the Bitcoin ecosystem to educate people on, because the maxi just care about their bag and they just want their Bitcoin to go up, and anything else they just hate. And you want to spend money on a nice chair, they call that a shitcoin. If you want to spend money on like a dog, they perhaps call dogs a shitcoin. So it's really challenging for them to spend any other money. But the culture is changing with Ordinal. So I think in the future, I'm sure like a couple of years down the line, social impact would definitely be bigger than today. So maybe it's an area opportunity for people like yourself to get involved early in the Bitcoin ecosystem.
And also Bitcoin and Stacks is not the same and not the same community necessarily.
Yeah, Stacks is much more open. We are like a smart contract. We do all the degen stuff, we do all the DeFi stuff as well. So I think there's much more crossover stacks and Ethereum than stacks of Bitcoin. I think it's like sitting in between the both, basically.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. Maybe you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. So I'm Ana from Refi Medellin, and I wanted to explain a little bit about what was saying David about Salvaterra. Salvaterra is a foundation that they are in Medellin and like in Colombia and other parts of Colombia. They try to do like a community work with the I don't know how to say the people that is in outside the city, like not the in the big cities, like in the downside. I have no idea the word, but they so they have a community work with them to improve their lives and produce like the production of food. So they try to improve that part of I don't know food and the production like the organical. So also they try to try to to regenerate and plant so many trees. uh, we have made some events together like to teach people how to have farm or how to seed some food. So basically that's what I can say right now. I don't know if someone has any question or it's not that clear right now, but it's because I'm a little nervous also, and it's between my Spanish and English. But maybe if anyone have a question, I can think about it.
Sure. I know that Juan has been very passionate about doing tree planting in schools, which I think is great to get kids excited about environmental impact at that young and impressionable age. When I mean, what are your plans to do more tree planting in schools, or what are some of your upcoming tree planting initiatives around Medellin?
Well, like between Salvaterra and Refi Medellin, we have in the coming events, we have a community event in the Comuna 13, I think. There is another one that is going to be in a hospital, like for December. And I don't really know if we have one for planting trees right now, but we we really want to continue those events. So it's going to be like maybe later that we can plan it, but also we are having like taking care of some gardens in the city that we can plant some food there. So that's what I know we have right now.
Awesome. And I think there are manglares as well in Medellin, right?
Not in Medellin, but we have manglares in Colombia.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Cool. And do you know? Have you looked into the process of planting mangroves in those other parts of Colombia? Because typically it's on government land, and there's a different process depending on the countries. So, do you know anything about that?
Well, really, I have no idea. Maybe we can study or ask about it.
I told Jimmy to go to Necoclí and plant manglares, but he don't want to go.
No, it's not that I don't want to go.
He say like his mom is not allowing him to go because it's a very dangerous place.
In hashtag don't tell your mom, right? Lesbian hashtag, don't tell. I mean, Look, yeah, but again, there's a process, right? You don't just rock up and start planting mangrove trees on government land, right? You need to get some form of approvals just to plant, and then if you want to leverage carbon, that's usually a whole other process. So yeah, if you guys could look into the process for me, if it's somewhat straightforward and we can navigate it, Jimmy's in. I'm gonna come through. Hashtag don't tell your mom. All right.
Okay, so if we ask for the process, so you are coming to do it?
I'm coming. Incentivizing and planting mangrove trees.
Hey, bro.
At least you guys
Hey,
can plant
bro.
and we can reward you, but yeah, we need to know the process. Go ahead.
It's as simple as it is. Just book a flight to Medellin. At the Medellin airport, I can just pick up you. We can just take the car, go to Necoclea and plant all the manglares you want.
You say you don't need approvals for that?
You don't need nothing.
All right. Well, usually that's not the case, but you don't need nothing, bro. You just plant like the wind. Okay. Well, yeah, but then there's the whole thing of potential carbon. And by the way, we want to leverage carbon forwards, where we work with impact investors to buy the future value of carbon credits after we plant the trees in the short term, which means we can multiply the trees, usually in order of magnitude more and also reward the people who planted the trees, making people bullish on the generation. So that's our model to exponentially scale tree planting. So that definitely, there's a process. So if you could look into that process, extra down to come through. But yeah, man, let's grow. It's just a matter of time before Jimmy does his South America tour. A lot of people have beckoned me over. But yeah, we'll make it happen eventually. See, we also got Kaipi Queen in the audience. The bee. Oh, okay, she was here. She buzzes in and out whenever she gets in. I see a bit of a delay on the video, but yeah, she's in Ecuador. There's a bunch of places where we could be doing manglares. There's Mexico, Aloysius. Let's grow.
Let's grow. Yes, so.
Yes. So Marco, are mangroves near where you live in Mexico, or is that further out?
Yeah, so mangroves are in all the coasts of Mexico, mainly in the, well, yeah, I would say in there's 3 species of mangrove in Mexico. Two of them, I think 2 of them, or the 3 of them, I'm not sure if all of them are endangered. It's white mangrove, black mangrove, and red mangrove. And there's another one, actually there's 4, that is called botoncillo, which has like this little fruit. Of course, it's not eatable, but yes. So yeah, there's a lot of mangroves going on. It's highly difficult to, well, it's super punished to take them out, of course, like the government it's doing good on that. Well, of course, depends if you see them, because if you don't see the persons that are taking them out, nobody will be punished. But yeah, it's heavily punished. And there's some rules that you can't plant them as well. It's like it's really interesting, because I have some friends in the Yucatan Peninsula, in Chetumal. They have to have a permit, a special permit for mangrove planting and manipulation. So yeah, before coming to Mexico, my friend Jimmy, you have to at least understand on the regulations regarding mangrove planting, in order for
Exactly.
to get you out from Mexican jail.
Yeah, that usually is the case. You have to go through a process. So that's why I love these kind of spaces, because I get to connect with people who are there, right? I got Wasabi looking into this for me over in Dominican Republic. We got Sandra is actually looking into this for us in Mexico. Also, Refi Costa Rica is looking into this for me. Now we got Refi Medellin, right? So like, let's freaking go. I'm going to Refi Pangan, dude. I love this community so much, because like we want to scale our mangrove tree planting, and y'all are there in the places where we got to do it, and you understand the technology and how we can use that to reward people and really scale out this impact. So I'm freaking so excited for 2024. It's going to be the year of growth, baby. Let's grow. Kingfisher, I've seen your hand for quite a while now. I'm so sorry for
2020 grow. You mean
2020 grow? Come on now, it's got a fit. I mean, you're just putting it in there, you're shoving a round peg in a square hole. It's okay. I love it though. I love the initiative. Go ahead, Kingfisher.
Oh yes, just a little bit of housekeeping as we transition hosts for this hour. Monty extends his apologies, but he will not be joining us this hour. He was hoping that one of the local nodes might be able to cover for him. And if not, we can give the full hour to Susanna at Impact Market. So Susanna, please come to the co-host spot. Utkarsh, please send that request. I would appreciate it. And yeah, just want to throw that out there. Marco, good to see you. You led a very inspired conversation last night. Well, last night by my time zone, early morning in the UTC time zone. Do you want to kind of catch everybody up on that a little bit? I don't think I did it just service when somebody was asking what was going on and what the conversations were had overnight. So go ahead, Marco, take it away.
Oof, Kingfish, you put me on check. But yes, lately, well, all these times, 3 a.m. UTC, everybody's invited. We've been having so fantastic conversations regarding mostly nature, right? We were speaking about the bees, we were speaking about stingless bees, evolution. Also, we spoke about the evolution of humankind and ancient civilizations and all the theories that are regarding pyramids, explorers around the world. It's been fantastic. I mean, everybody's super participative. Like, we've been having so much fun. Every time I'm out of this of my stewarding time and my hosting time, I'm like, man, I want to stay all night long. Now I can understand Jimmy. The problem is that I don't have Jimmy energy. Now
Energy.
no, it's
don't have Jimmy Juice.
You need that
energy.
Jimmy Juice in your system. Coming to a Regen organic store near you.
But it's been fantastic. Also, Motus DAO joined the conversation. He also he's from Mexico, so we had a very nice chat on Mexican cultures, his stories. Yeah, it's been very fantastic. To be honest, I'm very sad that this is gonna end on the next week. On the DAO meeting, we will do. Maybe I will suggest to keep these spaces not 24/7, but maybe do it once a week or twice a week, because this community is fantastic and everybody's just bringing so valuable, so much beautiful information, so valuable. Wild Friends also super cool. She's doing great. I mean, she gave us a lesson on stingless bees. And yes, I don't know if I missed something, Kingfish, but I think I covered pretty much.
Yeah, that was a great recap. I want to welcome our next host, Susanna. I'm guessing is behind Impact Market. Welcome.
Hi, Jed. Nice to see everyone. I hope you're all good. Yeah, and listening. You speaking, how was the conversation yesterday? Definitely. I think we need to talk more about nature and then expand it, because there's some people who are really into nature who they're saying, what about it? I grew up in a city, and then I'm from Brazil, and I really miss having had more contact with nature. But I'm from a big city, São Paulo. I didn't have much this opportunity. And then right now I'm starting to reconnect to nature and rethink my relationship with nature in so many different ways. And it goes from the contact that we have on a daily basis, the time that we spend out of home, touching trees, putting filling our feet on the ground, and how we really, there is so many ways that we can explore these things. Definitely this relationship that we have, and how we are making the most that we can to protect nature in our daily actions, and collectively fighting for the protector of all of these ecosystems, and what we are consuming in terms of foods and in terms of everything. But yeah, pretty interesting to hear a bit more about what you discussed yesterday, and this about the bees. Recently, I was listening a podcast they speaking about all this. I'm not sure in English how we say this toxic products they put on farming to avoid lakes, I don't know, problems with the farming, and then it was causing a huge problem in Brazil, killing billions and billions of bees. And then I was listening. Create one solution, another problem, and yeah, we don't really see everything as systematically, and then we are just creating new problems. And then I like to see that we are all here, everyone in to fight a problem, and then we create another problem with some things. Yeah, we don't really see everything that we are more passionate about systematically, and then we are just creating new problems. And then I like to see that we are all here, everyone in their specific scope. I'll be also excited to hear more.
Yeah,
Hey, Susan.
Hola, Juan.
Sorry, I just want to say like hello to Susan because I love Susan Energy, but I need to go to a meeting right now because we are organizing a hackathon in Colombia. So, but I don't want to drop off before saying hello, Susan. I know that I love Impact Market and we have the community in Medellin. And we're gonna keep trying to grow in the communities around Impact Market in Medellin.
Juan, all of our love to you too, and to all the community in Colombia, the Refi Medellin, Refi Colombia, and all of the efforts you're doing. And then we can, if Refi Medellin can keep staying here after we go, maybe just talk a bit more about the nature, just to keep the topic. We could also explore on the ways, for example, on both how Refi and the perspective where Refi Medellin and also Refi Colombia, the work they're doing, we have all of these synergies with Impact Market, which we could be an example of how what we're doing at Impact Market can be used by, well, maybe many of you listening here today can find ways of collaborating with us. We're totally open for that. But yes, really happy to see you, Juan. An amazing person, amazing energy.
Sorry, I have to drop out, but Refi Medellin is still in the house, so you can talk with the Refi Medellin account. He knows everything about Refi Medellin and other things we are doing, but I need to drop up and just jump in a meeting right now. So see you, everyone.
Hasta luego. Ciao.
And I think, Susanna, the word in English you were looking for was pesticides. Pesticides. So, let's flip over to Tree Gens real quick.
Okay, quick PSA. I've heard people say Suzanne, Susanna. It's actually Suzanne, all right? Suzanne. Although, for the purpose of this particular moment, it's Susanna, because there's actually a song about it. Okay, hold on. Wait.
Are you gonna play Susanna?
Yeah, you know it's
Susanna.
Oh, Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. Change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Nakuona pale hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees, ukitesa na kamini yeah. None of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your bum, shaking what your doctor gave ya on your worst behavior, Susanna Vande. Oh no.
of the word. So in Portugal, in Portuguese from Portugal, it would be Suzane. Suzane. Suzanne. I don't know. Don't even know. But in Brazil, we would say more like Suzane. So yeah, because reinforced is
Very cool.
in the end. Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, just wanted to. I like. Yeah. Yesterday was a lot of themes, and from bees there was a lot of things we learned, but there was something that stuck into my mind all night, and I want to bring it up here. And it's really interesting how nature is so dual, right? Because like a natural environment, yesterday we were saying, we were discussing, like it's the most violent. Nature is violent by essence. Everything is competing against everything to get as much as nutrients or sunlight or water or whatever, right? Because if you go to the jungle, everything's in constant war, everything's in constant yeah, like competition. And then you go to symbiosis and you see, like, okay, these plants or these plants are handling together and they're making a team. They're actually just getting what the other plant is leaving out. So it's not friendship fully. It's more taking profit of what other plants is not taking profit. So yeah, we were speaking about this, like, constant violent ecosystem, and then the craziness that we humans find extreme peace in natural areas. And how crazy is that? Because you would say, like, yeah, well, if I go to an extreme violent area, I wouldn't feel peace. But this is totally the opposite. Actually, meditation is best in nature. Like, all this, to be calm and have a time for yourself, is best in nature. So we were speaking about how crazy is that, and also about how when you go macro, like macro. Oh, the collection was. Are you guys following?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
We're trying to, at least.
Okay.
We're trying to.
When it's macro, it's the same structures and same systems all the way micro. So yeah, it was really interesting yesterday. Oof, there was so many things to say, but what are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on the duality of nature?
Oh, okay. Hi, Marco. This is Utkarsha behind Let's Grow DAO. First off,
I can't listen.
oh, shites.
I hear him. That's a you thing.
Okay,
Aloysius,
let
can
me
you hear
go.
me, bro?
I'll go.
Yeah,
I'll go back.
maybe, yeah, co-host can just drop him down, bring him back up.
Cool.
I think that is a Syntropic SU. Shimon back down and back on it. Should we do more of the musical interlude while we wait for him?
Hold up.
Hold
up.
Beauty Space is having some issues recently. I don't know if I thought it was maybe mainly me, but oh my god, that's so terrible.
No. Carol's telling me she's trying to join. She hasn't been able to
breaking the
actually get in
platform.
here. There's been issues of people trying to join this space as well. Makes you think, should we restart it or not?
By the way, quick PSA, I need to head out here in a little bit. I'm going to take you guys with me on my journey, but festivities are starting already with my family for the holiday here in the U.S. that we celebrate to give thanks and gratitude and appreciation for everything that we're thankful for. So if we can find another co-host to come in this slot, I'm going to have to drop off in about 6 minutes.
Give all our love to your family, Kingfisher.
I will. Thank you so much.
Thankful for you, good sir. We're thankful for you. All right, let's rotate those co-hosts over. I'm also going to go get some 4 p.m. lunch. Hey, but I will bring you with me where I grow.
Okay, what about to bring Refi Medellin also on this spot of Refi as a co-host?
Sure, I've sent Rifa Medin. You should have an invite. Just accept the co-host invite. But I will have to chuck you out. Oh, Kingfisher, bye-bye. And Medin, let's roll. All right, Suzanne and Medin, over to you guys. You have 45 hours on the slot, so let's grow.
Perfect. And just before we also go to more refi, well, it's all refi regeneration somehow, and this duality of nature. There's always all of these chaos, and at the same time, some calmness, and how we find this peace in nature. Well, we don't perceive often. Depends the chaos. Well, whenever we perceive, maybe it doesn't really bring so much peace to us. So there might be some kind of perception, and maybe also we are inside us. There is so much chaos as well in our minds and how we're feeling that connecting to nature helps balance both energies from outside and inside. And well, we are all part of the same thing, the planet, and we came from the yeah, we're all part of this. Whenever we're connecting to nature, it's like feels like home, going back home. So even though it's quite chaotic, even sometimes our own homes, our own families might be quite chaos, and then but we feel there is this feeling of feeling at home whenever you go. You're with your family, you're where you feel like you belong. I don't know if anybody would like to
Yeah,
say something
I
else.
mean, I have a couple of points of views on this. I feel like Marco was saying, right? Like if you just go and observe what's happening in tropical forests or any other ecosystems, things are really wild. And I think there is a bit of both. You see massive competition for the limited resources, but then there's also this sense of symbiosis that kicks in where like one plant provides something else and the other plant provides something else, and that's you can see that happen throughout the entire ecosystem. So it's not either or, I would say. I think it's both, and I think as a function of the two we do see thriving ecosystems. And uh, death or like death or just perishing is a very naturally accepted part of those ecosystems. And I think why humans feel peaceful, like you said, like lives are very chaotic in general, but we have come from there, right? Like, I mean, you said going home, and that's exactly what it is. Like, we have come from those same materials, and then I feel we just have more resonance when we are in those spaces. But at the same time, if you end up staying in a forest with very basic amenities for a week, 2 weeks, maybe more, like you start realizing as to like why maybe mankind moved out of the forest at some point, because it's tough. It's tough. It's crazy inside there. Survival is always a battle, and it's always in question, and you're fending for basic stuff all the time. So yeah, I think it's a dual scene in that case, that like yeah, we do feel great, but I mean, I don't know how well we would do now staying in those spaces for like prolonged periods of time. I think maybe beyond the tribes that exist within those ecosystems, it's sort of difficult to acclimatize to being in those spaces for a long time. And yeah, it's wild. And it's funny how we feel a lot more in tune in those spaces, but it's also at the same time like it's yeah, it's not necessarily like something that maybe you'd want to do for a prolonged period of time. So yeah.
All right. So sorry to interrupt. Quick PSA. Several people are trying to join this space but aren't able to. What do you guys think? Should we? Oh, there we go. Okay, he came in from Centropic, so it was just from Alush, just wasn't working. I guess it's okay, but if you guys want to restart the space, that might prevent a future rug. Or Kingfisher, didn't you have some magic where like, oh, the main host quits the app, and as long as you have two co-hosts, then the main host is all like is actually good for 30 seconds, and that clears out the bugs, right, Will T? Oh no, he said he's with his family right now. Oh, you're there. Okay.
No. I'm getting ready to head out because I need to go pick up an order from the grocery store. But what was the question again? Do that again.
So if the main host of Let's Grow, since it has two co-hosts, quits the app, right? comes back in like 20, 30 seconds.
Right.
Does that clear out the bugs and maintains the space since we have?
I mean, it could. I think the airplane mode hack is more helpful. But what
so
you're
you turn
suggesting
on
is
airplane
also
mode for like 20 seconds, right? Or how long?
Yeah.
20 seconds. All right. Do you guys want to try that? Because yeah, there are people trying to join us, but there is a risk of rugging if we do this.
Sorry, I didn't understand. So what should I do?
Oh no, you're good. This would be
Okay,
something
perfect.
for Utkarsh to do from the main host page. Since we
Can
have
we
two
do this?
co-hosts,
Can we attempt this in 40 minutes when we are transitioning so that we can maintain some status quo right now and take that
yeah.
jerk
Okay.
if it needs to be taken? Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe people might, the bug might go away anyway. So yeah, good idea. I think Ron
Well,
has
I
his
could
bug.
enter. I could enter from Syntropic, so I think it's fine, and I'll try back from Aloysius later. But yeah, so far so good. How strange.
Quick question: is Aloysius it's not a premium account yet, is it?
It is. It is.
Oh, okay. So if it's a premium account, then what I was gonna say may not be relevant. So as you were.
Cool. I think Ram had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, hey guys. I wasn't sure if I know Monty wasn't able to join today, but was this also meant to be a Refi London space originally? If so, I can hop in and represent.
Yes.
Representing Refi London. All right. So I mean, you can come up. I feel like we have Refi Medellin also for Refi DAO, and it's actually a shared space between Impact Market and Refi DAO. So yeah, only 2 co-hosts allowed, so you can continue as speaker. But yeah, if you
no
have
worries.
something on your mind, you can shoot.
Yeah, no, I was just kind of in response to the comment before. There was a bit of technical confusion, but about how mankind has found it tough to survive in nature, and that's why only we've been able to coordinate in tribes, but to no greater extent in the past. But I also find this quite interesting because mankind has now been able to scale to such mass proportions by moving to urban areas over the course of history. But this is also what's put our planet in imbalance, you could say. And given the fact that now a lot of what even the refi local nodes are trying to do, maybe from a more metaphorical point of view, is going back to a more localized model. And I'm not saying that this is the same as going back to live in tribes in the forests, but it still kind of illustrates that there might be a long-term shift going on away from globalization, globalized supply chains, where the systems we're part of are by nature extractive, to ones which are more regenerative by design. And I think even the way that this regenerative finance space should be designed is by taking in principles such as biomimicry, by actually speaking to people who if possible come from indigenous communities who might live in these tribes, because I think there's a lot we could learn from these people in terms of how we design these systems, how we coordinate, and how we can actually be regenerative, because people who are currently living in the forests are ones who are living the most regenerative existence, if you ask me.
Yes, I agree with go please.
Go, Marco.
Okay. I agree with what you're saying. I think one of the main problems is that humanity started moving out of a natural environment and start creating these artificial environments in order for us to be comfortable and to thrive as population and be secure from nature's violence. If you look around, you're surrounded by artificial creations from humanity, and that's what makes us feel in a comfort zone, for feeling that we don't have any predator nearby that will we fumigate our houses, we just kill every insect that is around in order for us to be safe. So we're destroying all the natural environment, because I think it's related to like I don't know if like the word is accurate, but it's like a collective trauma of believing that a natural environment is harsh. And as you were saying, Utkash, in the meantime, while I was having technical problems, I joined in the live and I could listen a little bit of what you were saying. And yes, if you stay, like, you can be in peace for a weekend in nature, but if you stay for a month in the jungle, God bless you, because then you will start entering the competition of of natural cycles, and then you're one more in the war. You're not an observer from far away. That's why vacations are vacations, just to go a little bit and say like, oh, this was beautiful, but I want to go back home, and that's not home. So I think yes. Also, culture. The definition I love about culture is humanity. When humanity started modifying its natural, like its environment, culture started. So yes, our culture is based on modifying our environment in our own benefit. And and going back of what you were saying, of like, now it's a moment to go back to localism, to go back to less extractive methods of survival as humanity. I think it's totally the thing we have to do. I think we also need to understand that back in the days, long civilizations thrived because they were making peace with nature in a way. They manipulated nature not in a destructive, extractive way, but dancing with it somehow. For example, Mayan civilization. I was speaking with an archaeologist, and he told me something really interesting. He told me, guess where are the areas where you can find the most biodiversity of the rainforest, and it's not and it's archaeological sites, because archaeological sites where humans were living, and they knew from far, like from long time ago, that agroforestry systems existed, and they just created their own agroforestry system in each Mayan city. So if you go to a natural area in Mexico, you would see like many trees, of course, many biodiversity, of course, because it's super dense and super beautiful. But in archaeological sites, you will find the most amount of biodiverse species. So that's super interesting, and that's how you start making peace with nature. I think it's about that. I think it's about handling all the cycles in our favor, and try not to be extractive. Try to understand that we are part of everything. Also, it was super interesting. A long time ago, I had like this lama from the Himalayas came and gave a how do you say, like a talk in my university when I was in university. And I remember I asked one question, and I asked him, what is ego? And he immediately answered, of course with the translator, no, he immediately answered, ego is to believe that everything exists by itself. So it's negating in a way that we are connected to everything. So ego is what is making humankind for go more far away from nature, and start and getting into where all we are now, which is a total chaos, because we've been getting out of nature in a destructive way. And yeah, that's what I wanted to bring on the table.
Whew. So, bunch of points come up. I'm trying to see where to start. First off, I think I don't think I'm not fully against technology per se. I just think that technology needs to be oriented in a way that it's serving in the environment and serving humanity. I feel like we probably get misguided by the potential at times, and then we kind of like get led astray. I also think that the disconnect that we are feeling is probably a consequence of us shifting to materials that are a little lower in vibration. If you're living, let's say, I mean, mud houses or like houses made of natural material, like you will feel a lot more connected by default. But when you're surrounded by like concrete blocks, it's tough to establish that connection. So there is that it's like it's not that the house is like really bad per se, but it's like how you constructed the design, the flow. Are you letting more sunlight in? Are you making sure there's more ventilation? Are you making sure that like you're naturally cooling and heating? All of those things factor in. And I mean, I'm from India, right? And we've had houses that are fairly well tuned to adapt to the local weather and the local climate. And they did not have like all the tech that we are bestowed with up today, but still manage it. And I think it's probably that. Like I think we wanted to scale things so fast that we ended up choosing like inferior materials, and here we are. If you look at even the temples that have been made in India, there are centuries and centuries old. Some are like even more than a millennia old, a lot of millennia old, and they are still standing strong. And when you enter those spaces, like you just by default start feeling different, and that's not because of anything but purely because of the way that space is designed, the materials that have been used, and the way, like you said, right, I really like that term, that they used to dance with nature and they used to dance with environment. It's not that like there's a push and pull, but you're trying to like more understand the systems and see how we can flow through them. And that's where like I think that whole ideology that okay, mankind is at the top of the pyramid, and like it's our duty to twist and turn everything around us to like make it serve our needs, was a pretty misguided approach. I think it also led to this intense feeling that okay, the business world is an entire battleground where it's just hard competition. We have seen that happen up until now, but I think times are going to change and we are going to reorient ourselves to like more collaborative vibes, more like, you know, positive sum games, keeping in mind that like our actions are not in isolation and we are affecting everything that's around us, and taking all of that into cognizance and then doing what we are setting out to do. So it's a bunch of that, and I feel like hence for me personally, I was, and I am still like, I'm very bullish on the whole solar punk meme, because in a lot of ways it does end up answering a lot of pertinent questions that we ask ourselves, that like yes, it's important to like, we are carbon based life forms and we need to have an established root with the environment, otherwise we just start feeling very unhappy and we don't know why. But at the same time, like recognizing that technology has had a very important role to play in how like humanity has evolved, and trying to shape that technology to like serve not just humans but the entire planet. I feel like up until now the vibe was that all right, like how can it make our lives better, and how can like it make it more convenient, and how can we do this and that. So it's not, I feel like the reorientation is very necessary. And yeah, I do feel that like trade has always existed, depending on the level of technology present at that point in time. When there were ships, we used to go cross country. Now I think it's a bit about like prioritizing, you know, things like food and material for your daily needs should not be coming across from two continents. Food should be coming from your local areas, and whatever you're consuming which is got a shelf life should be coming from nearby areas. And whereas right now, like berries come from Europe, and like we send a bunch of mangoes to like three continents away, and which is fine, but it doesn't need to become the norm. And that's when it becomes problematic, because food loses its nutrient value as soon as it's plucked out, and it needs to be consumed like as fast as possible for you to get max out of it. And yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Globalization has skewed incentives in very twisted ways, where even if everything is as per, like it just because of maybe economics, that there's subsidies involved, and like things are just cheaper from one country and then everything shifts over there, and then it's just chaos. Right now I honestly would not want to be China on a lot of levels, because man, they are the world's factory, but they're also suffering to a great extent. Making all types of goods has a direct consequence to their lived environment, and it's not the place that we should have been in, but everyone decided to move the manufacturing base there, and such is the situation. So I think like probably what I want to get at from this is that, let's say we are all here trying to redesign economic frameworks and social frameworks and how we coexist and how do we coordinate. what do we have in mind in terms of what does this regenerative future look like, and what does it come down to on the micro? It's one thing to be discussing a lot of macro and we are all there aligned, but like what's been curious, and I feel like a lot of the projects in this space are executing towards their niche visions, but as a collective, like what does it, how do we break it down, like because there are so many verticals that are like existing in society that is making the society function the way it does, then we really have to rethink everything, from your supply chain management to the production to the incentives for consumption to like how we coexist, what is the aspiration of the society, and like what do we want to grow towards. All of those things will need to like get rewired. So yeah, I would love to like have thoughts on that also, as to like what do you think and what verticals are you like fascinated by, and how do you see that change happening?
So first of all, I think the main problem here is scale of things. I think where humanity messed it up, has been messing it up always, is because of scaling. Like the need of scaling stuff, the need of like scaling the food supply, the need of scaling population, the need of scaling. Well, the need of scaling population is natural. That's every species wants that, but we just want to do things big all the time. The natural curse, the natural cycle says that when you're scaling very much uncontrollably, there's other agents in nature that control that. For example, when there's a plant that is proliferating more than expected and more than normal, and it's taking over, the rainforest well, in case of the rainforest, but I think it's in most of the natural environments, the rainforest police is mushrooms, mycelia. Well, not mycelia, but mushrooms control populations. They kill when there's a lot, and it's due to the humidity, due to many other factors, of course. But nature itself controls scale, and we have been designing our surroundings to control, like to avoid nature controlling our scale. This in only population, but I would say in other things we have this greed of scaling stuff. For example, what you're saying about the food systems, it should be localized instead of being like global, and everybody in its locality should eat what the locality offers. I think that's a great solution. um, it comes to my mind one of the biggest problems the Mayan people had, and maybe one of the reasons why they disappeared, and they disappeared in a lot of extent. It's because the scale. They were there's two versions, two branches of that theory. It's or the theory that there were so big populations that the food system was not enough, and what was happening is that they were cutting a lot of trees in order to plant their milpas, and that process was in constant degradation. So there's studies that they've been taking for many years of soil that go back in those days, and it's clear that that layer of that soil was degraded. So it means that the Mayan evolution, let's say, as civilization, tend to go north, not because vision, not because anything, but because land degradation. One of the theories is because of food systems were needed to be so big in order for people to survive, and the other theory is my personal favorite, because that's human greed and human nonsense sometimes. So all the pyramids were all the sites were covered in stucco. To make stucco, you need to burn a lot of wood in order to create this ash, and that ash is mixed with water and some sands, and then you create this wonderful like end for walls and for pyramids. If you go and see some renders of how pyramids were before, they don't look any alike like they look today. Back then it was like super clean, super perfect, very plain shaped. So that required a lot of stucco, like very thick layers of it, and that also could have meant that the devastation could be super big because of the burning of those trees and to create in order to create that ash. So there's two versions: or overpopulation or over exaggeration of aesthetic, and that's interesting. I don't know if that answers a little bit.
Yeah, I too am a strong believer, and I don't think I have the science to back it up, but I do believe that there is a natural intelligence that has evolved on this planet over the course of its existence, and it's been like it's an evolution, and I think this is just like pure belief that like you said, right, like when some particular species becomes over dominant and like starts raising existential questions about other species, I think nature has a way of self balancing, and it's weird, it's kind of spooky that uh, I don't think we should also try and question that beyond a point, because it's got its way, and I think I've seen it, like this is pure like anecdotal observing, but it does rectify in its own ways, and the methods in which it rectifies may not be very direct, but it ends up it ends up doing this because it's seen a lot of cycles over the years, and things have evolved with that cycle, and there is some sort of a harmony that now we are existing in. And it's weird, I mean, our ancient texts say that like this time period comes under the Kali that we are living in, and there is one theory which says that, like, the end of this era comes when water takes over everything. And it's quite uncanny because the way we look at it, maybe the worst effects of climate change are in water and food. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I personally believe that like if we really start pushing boundaries to the extent that like the planetary boundaries start breaking and like shit hits the fan, we will end up seeing a lot of these instances where nature would realize that like, okay, this is the Homo sapiens species that's creating all of this nonsense, and then how do we like balance that out? But yeah, that's all personal anecdotal, like it's but I kind of tend to believe in it because otherwise I don't know where this goes.
And that's crazy because it means that we're defying nature like straight to the eye, because as species, we like we have have a caducity. I don't know how to say it in English, but we have an end time, right? Our expectation of life is around 70 years, 75, but back then it was maybe 30 or 40 years. So we've learned how to exist for a longer period of time. But now what's happening is that we're obsessed with it. We're just like as humankind, we're not anymore respecting, I would say, of course this is open to discussion, we're not respecting the course of life, we're not respecting death as well, because we're just defying nature and trying to be here as much time as possible. Do we need that, or is that mainly egocentric as species? Because like other animals, plants also heal themselves. I think healing is part of nature. That's not the problem. The problem is the scale. The problem is that we want to live forever. The problem is that we want to modify whatever it needs to be modified in order for us to prevail as much time as possible. And that's not the natural course. And there is where nature is trying to get us from somewhere, and we're just trying to protect. In the end, it comes back to the same thing. We're just trying to protect ourselves from nature, creating these artificial environments in order for us to thrive. And that's so crazy.
Yeah, I think yeah, Ram, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just this reminds me of a show I was watching on Netflix recently, and it's about basically like the evolution of life on Earth. And I'm not sure if everyone knows, but there've actually been 6 mass extinctions, all stemming from some sort of an imbalance, either like a chemical imbalance or an imbalance of the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. And I mean, 2 of these extinctions that you probably know of is the Ice Age and also the Jurassic extinction. But yeah, according to scientists, we are currently in the 6th mass extinction. So I find it interesting how you both have mentioned how what humankind is trying to do in this kind of broader picture is just delay that to an extent, almost, by trying to live as long as possible. But I guess, yeah, it comes down to whether or not we succeed. But if not, probably means that we become extinct and the Earth continues somehow.
Yeah, it's the 6 that have happened up until now. Like 4 have been a consequence of climate change. Climate change caused by like excessive GHG in the atmosphere due to volcanoes in 2 of those 4 instances, and the other 2 I'm not able to remember. But yeah, 4 were, they were just not anthropogenic causes of climate change, but they were climate change. And yeah, Marco, to your point, I feel like in all our ancient texts, immortality has always been seen as a curse. Good luck to the people that are trying to live forever, because at some point you will get totally fried, totally bored, and then you would want to like it's the course of how things pan, right? I think nothing stays forever. It's just at the end of the day, not to get too philosophical, but we are all just matter, and we're just going to like shift into different states. And yeah, it's I don't know, it's futile to want to probably live forever, because you'll get bored of things to do, like growing materially is not going to be that fascinating beyond a point, and like playing those power games is not going to tickle your fancy beyond a point. And then you're going to be like, man, what do I do? I don't know. I have my reservations about like wanting to like endlessly live, but there's some maybe see also another bit is that like we are going to, as a species, we are wired, and every species is wired to do this. It's wired to like ensure the existence of its species and ensure that like you're able to live for as long as you can. And we have always pushed boundaries. So I don't think we stop pushing boundaries, but I think that's why the advent of technology needs to be in cognizance with the natural laws that exist. And if we're able to build tech with that in mind, I feel like all of us, and not just us, like the entire ecosystem on this planet would be a lot better off. Because yeah, as of now, it's a bit of a tough sell when you go and tell people that are not in the climate space or the region space, and tell them that, oh, but like we want to value biodiversity, and we want to value soil and air. And it's like why value biodiversity, right? And where do we even start at that point in time? Because it's not like any 5 species getting extinct around you changes the way you are living currently materially. And these are all like long drawn consequences that we will face over generations. And it's just very hard to undo what has already happened. Like we are not in a position to reintroduce species and do. We don't realize all the fruits that we consume of the natural world are a consequence of so many things in motion parallelly, that I think we take it for granted. And I hope that we're not taking it for granted for far too long, because if we continue on this path, like it might just be a little late, and maybe we can't do anything towards the frag end of it. But yeah, I think Jimmy seems to have finished his lunch and is pretty raring and eager to speak. So Jimmy, go first, and then Marco.
All right, so I mean this notion of like not having anything to do, I think that would maybe only ever happen if we were in like a AI utopia, if things actually go well with AGI, maybe, and it solves all the problems. But I think realistically, the world's going to have problems. And I think that would always keep things interesting to try to solve those problems. Like, once we solve the climate problem, I'm personally going to be working on clean water. Like, that's something I'm also really passionate about. And you know, and I feel like, yeah, the longer term. Now, I also, you know, probably a lot of you have seen the famous Steve Jobs like Stanford graduation speech, where he talks about death as life's change agent. And I also think that's pretty important because some people never change their mind; they just die, you know. And so it's kind of a grim way to look at it, but like that's also kind of necessary too for the world to change, right? So so yeah, I see kind of both sides of that coin. I don't think things are going to get boring, but I would also
yeah, if you're living for 200 years, the entire equation just rapidly changes. I think we've found things to do fascinating for 70 years, 80 years. As so it's a function of how healthy your body is the longer you live. And I think a lot of biotech is focused on longevity right now. And yeah, adding a couple of decades to old age. Yeah, I mean, I think it's maybe just my mindset talking. When it's normal to live for 120 years, I guess we would choose to live for 120 years, and then so on and so forth. But yeah, it's I think it needs to be done with in some cognizance, but it's like the same fuck around and find out. Yeah, go ahead, Marco.
And about living forever, that's very interesting what you're saying. You say like it would be really boring. Yes, I agree. I think there's a quote of a Mexican architect, Luis Barragan, the only Pritzker Prize architect in Mexico, and he was very wise. He said something really interesting. He said, "Death is the reason to live." So with this, I want to say that because we know we're dying, any species, humans, plants, animals, because we know we're dying, we need to act fast to survive at our species. So the faster you are, the more efficient you are, the better chances you have to survive. So that makes life fun in a way, by saying, okay, I need to put myself in order to make something for my species to thrive. And that's the essence in the end. All biomass, everything that is living is in that same race. I don't know if plants are aware that they're gonna die. I'm pretty sure in a different way, but we're programmed for that. We're programmed to evolve, to adapt, for us to continue, and that's the essence. And now I'm thinking, like, imagine a plant could speak and see and look at us and see us like thriving in this well, not thriving, but just surviving outstandingly from other species, and they would be like, good for you, because in the end, that's the intention of every living species. It's evolution. It's trying to adapt. For example, plants also modify their environment in order to thrive correctively. So, for example, mamey tree, sacred Mayan tree, it's beautiful, and it has like this wonderful fruit that is fantastic. Mamey, if you have to try it, you have to try it because it's really good. Mamey tree, the leaves, when they fall, they create this mulch that prevent other plants to grow nearby. So in a way, this tree is modifying its environment in order to thrive, because in the jungle there's many other trees that suck nutrients from other trees in a negative way, or there's another tree that it's called ahorcadora, which just grabs the tree from the trunk and just squeeze it to death in order to the other plant to survive. So I think it's part of it's the essence of life. There's and it goes back to saying, like, yes, it's an eternal race, and everybody's in the same race. We're not gonna get free from this. And Jimmy, you were saying AI, and yes, maybe that's our way for transcending, and the only way for humans to transcend the natural environment is to create something autonomously artificial. So we were speaking back like 2 days or 3 days ago about what's the future of humanity in space. And yes, humans are not designed for living in other planets. Humans are not designed for just proliferating in other environments. We're meant to be on Earth, and we belong here, and here is our home, and there's not going to be another place like so far we discovered than Earth. But there's a chance for us to design something related to AI and to high technology that could thrive in other environments, and that is where maybe humanity will change shape, change programming, and that's the only way we can do it, because we're doomed, quote unquote, we're doomed to prevail, to belong on Earth. We don't have a chance in other place.
Yeah. Also, I think to on that AI bit, I'm personally like, I feel like, let's assume that AGI is here and like most of what we are doing right now becomes a little redundant. At that point in time, like personally, I'm super bullish on spirituality like picking up, because I feel when we do not have anything external to conquer, the last frontier is conquering the self. And yeah, lots of ancient cultures have written a lot about this. I think in India, they have gone far, way too deep. They have been able to decode so much, and that's just by probably meditating, I'm guessing, or I don't know what they were eating at that point in time, but like there is some crazy information and knowledge that they have about like how not just the earth functions, but how the universe functions, and like the life and death of universe. And like, yeah, it's crazy how much this particular sapient design that we have inhabited is capable of understanding. And yeah, it's the aspiration I am kind of hoping that tunes in once AGI kicks in is going to be all about like raising your own vibrations, because trust me, I feel like, even nothing can feel or be better than like being able to raise your own vibrations. It's everything else starts feeling a little immaterial after that. And right now I feel we have a lot to do externally, so all that focus and attention doesn't go here. But maybe once this kicks in and we realize that okay, we're able to at least have a decent standard of living without being able to do a lot, then the focus and the energies can be driven into like being able to decipher what our own system and the environment that we exist in is actually made up of.
Yes, there's a that you were saying something really interesting, that is spirituality, and if we can't conquer anything from outside, it's just about conquering ourselves. And it comes back to yes, as well, if you want to live forever, there's a high chance for spirituality there. I think spirituality has like this um like this, I would say, programming of saying like we're endless and timeless. And that's one of the branches where humanity can really start exploring again, because this has been explored for many thousands of years, and now it's over because we've designed our environment for us not to be uh, like aware of the potential of our spirituality and the potential of our body. Because yes, we back in the days, meditation was the only thing, conscious, like to be aware was the only thing to really understand our body, to understand their meaning, to understand, and that drove us to understanding our environment. So yes, the fight is starting within, and the more we discover about ourselves as essence, the more we will be able to understand our environment, to understand the outsides. So yes, there's a big point on there on spirituality, and I think that should be one of the focus and main axis of this new shift we're bringing, we're creating. Yes, technology, yes, it's important, yes, coordination, yes, decentralization, yes, all these beautiful things we're building, but we can't forget that we are humans and we have a huge potential only by being ourselves, like our spaceship, our body, our mind. um, So yeah, exploring that and bringing that again to life, let's say that way, it's going to be crucial for the next hundreds of years, I guess.
Yeah, and I feel like it's quite uncanny that like there did exist a civilization at some point where all of this to a great extent was figured out and people were cohabitating with high vibrations. But such is the nature of things. I feel like civilizations have come and gone, and I do think that tech in that particular matter does have a very critical role to play. I think ensuring that we're able to survive against all odds is in our best interest. But I think when that starts to happen at the cost of everything else around us is when it becomes a major problem. So yeah, I do want to say that I'm really sorry, Impact Market and Refi Medellin. I feel like the conversation got a little carried away, but also it's my slot from Solarpunk DAO next. So if you're happy to take this forward in any which way you want, please feel free to do so.
No, the need to be sorry. It was such an insightful conversation. I was enjoying so much and learning so much. I'm not nature, environment, and stuff. As I said, it's not really my specialty. I'm more working on the social impact and diversity, all of these other matters, more focused on social. So I definitely enjoyed it a lot and didn't want to break any flow. But yeah, really, really relevant. Don't know if Refi Medellin would like to stay. I can't stay much. So, but thanks a lot for offering this lot. Maybe perhaps we can just take some more minutes and then to if Refi Medellin would like to explain the grants that they are applying for this round, and then we could quickly explore a bit as well as how we are collaborating both Impact Market and you all from Refi Medellin. I know Ram is also here from Refi London, so if you can also take the time to share about your Refi London. But then perhaps I don't know, Jimmy, raising your hand, you want to say something?
Quick PSA, Centropa, could you try from Lucius again to see if you can join? Because several people have messaged me saying they are not able to join our space. So it might be worth just restarting it. I could screenshot everyone in here, DM you the new link. But whenever we close the space, we do open it right back up within the minute. So we're 24/7. Let's grow, let's grow. Maybe just give that another shot there, Centropic. Let me know.
Okay, I'll be back.
If it's not fixed, we'll restart it. Okay, go right ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Refi Medellin.
Hi. So to explain a little bit about what we are doing at Medellin, we are trying to work together with some other initiatives that we have in Medellin, and we try to teach people.
Is Refi Medellin speaking? I can't hear them if so.
Yeah, that's a classic,
they are.
classic bug. Just jump down and jump back up there.
Okay. You can hear me? No.
Yeah, you can continue. Go ahead.
So it's okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, so I was saying that like what we are doing at Refi Medellin, we are trying to work with some other initiatives in Medellin, and we are trying to teach people like different things, like environmental things, like to plant some trees, or maybe to draw, maybe also teaching some lessons of English. We are trying to improve the life of people in Medellin, and we also try to involve them in the Web3 world. So we are trying to open like virtual wallets with them, and so we are having like a community with Impact Market, and we try to give some people some funds, but maybe Suzanne, she can help us with that.
Yeah, so Super exciting. Juan, who was here with us, he was already involved helping creating UBI communities in Medellin. The UBI communities are focused on supporting people from vulnerable backgrounds, receiving a basic income. And then with Refi Medellin, there is the community of Platoedro that we are happy to be supporting. And Medellin, Refi Medellin donating to the community, and also created a community to support those contributing to the Refi Medellin community who might be in need as well with UBI. So these are the two main ways that we are collaborating, Impact Market and Refi Medellin. And it's super cool. I'm from Refi Lisboa, another local node. It's very inspiring what you're doing at Refi Medellin. We definitely need to exchange more, because several practices that you're doing, I saw that you recently, for example, joined the GLOW Consortium. So you're going pretty much beyond community building. You're definitely doing so many things to support the community. Happy as Impact Market to be supporting on this. And then it was from the Refi Medellin also starting the Refi Colombia, so with nodes in other cities, right? Are you involved with this movement?
Yeah, like we were the first node in Colombia, but after we helped some others not to get to be created. So now we have Refi Medellin, Refi Bogota, and Refi Saravena. And so we are working together with Refi Colombia.
That's amazing. Really a coordination arising here. Yeah, that's super cool. So you're mainly mentoring these local nodes to begin. You're supporting them in their first steps. How this is going for Refi Colombia?
Yeah, well, that's essentially one who has doing that. I'm helping them with all the social media, and I'm getting involved. But really, I don't know everything, and I'm new in this space and everything, so I'm learning too.
No, that's awesome. That's fine. Jimmy?
Okay, so I did get word from Centropic that the Illusions account is not able to join, and then there's two other people who also messaged me saying they're not able to join the space. So I just messaged all of you with 2 letters, GM. So what I'm going to do is I think we should close the space, reopen it back up. I'll send all of you a personal DM with the new link, just in case, but you can also just find it on our account. 2 people who do not have open DMs, so Daniel Villages, either DM me, Villegas, DM me or send me a friend request or whatever. Oh, and then I will be able to send you the message. And also Ram, what's up, bro? You're not following Tree Gens? Come on now. Message or follow me so that I can send you the link, just to make sure that we can get all of you back in the new space that is hopefully not bugging. I'm good. Let's go.
I'm gonna shut this down. I'm gonna start one up again, and we are GG.
I shut this down, but we get up again. You're never gonna rug us down. We get rugged down, but we start up again. You're never
But yeah,
gonna
on a
keep
side
us
note,
rugged.
Impact Market, we just sent you $1 over. I feel like I've been listening to you for the last 2-3 days, and I'm really digging what you're doing. So yeah, hats off, and keep on gronating, fam.
Keep
on
gronating every
We
day.
have a week more left. Gotta make all the gronations.
A gronation a day keeps the doctor away. Not medical
Keeps
advice.
dystopia away.
Keeps dystopia. Yes, exactly. All right. So shut her down and shut her back up. Pay close attention to the title of the space. You could even just copy it. What about that?
I did it, brother.
You've already copied it, ready to paste? I think you'll get
I've
this thing up
copied it.
in
I'm
like
gonna
15
paste it.
seconds.
I'm gonna
15
paste it.
seconds. You're going to have another one up. You're going to
Boom,
paste
boom,
it.
boom.
That's
Bye.
all you need.
Bye. Bye.
Let's freaking grow. Let's grow again. And we are gonna grow and grow. Let's grow and grow. We are growing. How is this still growing? No, Donny boy, Donny boy. Dun, 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 dun. Let's grow.
What's happening?
What's up? Long time no see, fam. How you been?
Yeah,
What's
15
new?
seconds is too
Tell
long.
me everything, dude. I missed you. Missed you so much.
We need to do
Oh my
another
goodness.
space. We need to do another space.
Wait, let me go to this. Let's play some psychedelic magic. This is a collaboration between LS Dream and Light Code. Higher consciousness, down tempo set. Everybody, retweet, comment, boost the algo. Like it. Tell your mama. Tell your papa. Let them know it's about to grow down. All right. Ours is up here. We gotta lose this. Everyone, hit in the comment section, all right? Drop a let's grow old cap. Right now. Right now. You got time. Like, let's go. And let's count. Time to grow. Step it in there, retweet. Let's grow.
We speak to you as if you are not human, because to us, you are not. To us, you are members of the family of light.
Now we know whether commenting or liking or retweeting. Like, we should know by now. Like, we are changing.
It's commenting.
Mars, it is. They have given dates and they have reduced dates for retweets, but they've increased dates for comments and then replied to those comments. That's what's going to get pushed a lot.
I think that it's about 4 and it's 2 points. So for example, a like gives you 0.5 points. Then a retweet gives you 1 point. A quote retweet gives you like 2 points. And a reply gives you 70 points. And it gives so imagine how powerful is reply. So reply
GM.
Yeah, GM guys, GM everyone, 1,000
retweet
yens a
gives you
day.
1 point.
Head to the comment section.
Retweet gives you like 2 points.
Actually,
Actually, that's also not good because the algo is now like detecting the spammy and repetitive words. So you gotta be like the most organic as possible, like saying, "I'm enjoying so much this conversation," or "I love what you're saying," or like
unless
not
you
GM.
know the alpha around it. So
Yeah, actually, all you guys, you should follow NFT God. He is
Yeah, he's
all,
good.
all the latest alpha on Twitter and how to make your account as much like more boosted by the algo, and he's giving you literally the recipe. And he has this
Yeah.
this thing called 100 replies a day. So if you can manage to do 100 replies a day, your account will be boosted like crazy. So ready, set, grow.
I think maybe does that with the Trigen account. I feel like I see that Trigen GM reply to all GMs in the world.
Yes.
Hope you have a great day, sir. Hope you have a productive week. Hope
I
you're
did
having a
see
blessed
that.
day.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Let me
great.
tell y'all the alpha right now. All right. But yeah. You can't post the same tweet without getting shadow banned, right? Like a many. Yeah, Utkarsh, if you're on a different tab after you jump off the stream or jump on this tab. Or you just have 2 tabs side by side. We're talking about something else. Now we're talking about something else. The stream. Okay. So here's the situation. So you got to change your tweets, and to do that, a lot of times, like hundreds or maybe takes a lot of work. There we go. Cal's here. She can share. So there's a tool out there. It's a Chrome extension called Degen Reply. Sounds super degen. But the regens and the treegens and solarpunks must also use degen tools to the movement. So what this does is something called syntax, whereby it will change the messages that are sent out according to you can look at how to do the spin tax, whatever. And so yeah, you click one tool, it's on your Chrome, and then it populates, and you type their name in. And happy days. That's how you can GM a lot of people, and then take the GM back and get some more engagement and hopefully more eyeballs on some good stuff. So yeah, that's the thing. You do have to have their NFT for that tool to work. But if you just put jimmycohen.eth, it'll probably work for you. Hey. All right. That's enough about one day. So
Yeah. But I think Maz, tell us about what's going on at BaseX. I feel like it's probably, if I'm not wrong, the first time you're in the Primal Grounds this time.
This is the first time I'm joining because I was a little bit shy. I wasn't sure what is the
Yeah, no room for shyness here.
I mean the good manners, politeness, and yeah, finally I just found the right set and settings and headspace and the timing and everything aligned. The stars aligned well. I am struggling with go-to-market. I've built some cool technology, some cool features, and I have a genuine belief that it actually has a chances to work. But onboarding people is a massive challenge, and that's why I'm here. I just thought, okay, this is not a place for being shy. It's time to actually, gentle shilling, gentle, because I know that everyone on this call is pretty much an OG. Like you are like, I know half of the avatars here, they look familiar. And I'm just thinking, we have a potential to build entire civilization from scratch. We can build the financial system, we can build our education, we can build our infrastructure through public goods, we can build our governance stack. It's like maybe in 2023 it's not yet fully possible, but I see us as the creators of the new world.
Spot on. But I must tell you, I feel like this is probably a very common path for most new grantees, and I would put myself in the same bracket. There's a lot of hesitation in the beginning in terms of like how much should you shill and whether like it will be too much. And but I feel like come Gitcoin round, it just sheds that skin. that hesitation skin just sheds off, and you find yourself in this playground where, like, I think it's now more of an accepted behavior during Bitcoin rounds, that, like, you can just shamelessly shill, and, like, yeah, I can see the way we used to tweet during Bitcoin rounds is also quite dramatically evolved. The way we respond to people and all of it, and I think it compounds. I do believe that all of that compounds over Bitcoin rounds, and yeah, it's a process. But I'm sure, like, come here more, talk more about your project, listen to other people talk about their project, and just, I think that eases out.
Perfect. I see that you have a raised hands, Trijan. Like you have this, is it emoji or is it like a little?
No, just some context. Trijan's hand is always raised, but go ahead.
I try to be respectful and not. But all right, so. First of all, I checked the comments. Only 3 people have shilled, and 2 of them. Shilled by, I mean, let's grow. Everyone, and I do mean everyone. That means you with Karsh. All right. Make yourself co-host. It's your hour. Run up, welcome up here. Go to the comments, like, retweet, and type "Let's grow." Mars, type "Let's grow" in the comments right now. Bottom right. Lucius, type "Let's grow" in the comments. Impact, market, type "Let's grow" in the comments. Bottom right. Inspector Matt, type "Let's grow" in the comments, please. We're trying to grow a movement here. We need everybody. Janet?
Sir, I think you might have been mistaken. I see a peaceful progress that has kept a Let's Grow 3 hours back. And now you get a Let's Grow from Solarpunk DAO. Also, might I just add that
It's a new space, man.
but it's the same. I think you put the same. You're talking about the pinned tweet, right?
No, I'm talking about the comment section, bottom right. In the bottom corner, there's a comment section.
I'm doing Let's Grow on my phone and Solarpunk DAO on my computer, and half of the time now I don't know where I'm typing for what. So
It's the far bottom right hand corner. There's a number 4.
Got it.
Icon. All right.
Got it.
Everybody. I was just about to name everyone. Janet, hit the comments bottom right, type "Let's grow." Reba Median, head of the comments bottom right, type "Let's grow." And Carol the tree gen, type "Let's grow" in the comments. Lab and Lama Riguela, type "Let's grow" in the comments. Everybody. I'm call you.
I also do think we have Pranav coming in for the late hour. What's growing, Pranav?
What's growing?
All of us growing, all thanks to the good folks at Let's Grow DAO. Guys doing an amazing job, some amazing conversations happening, lots of learning, lots of collaboration, lots of connections, and much love to Jimmy, much love to Solarpunk DAO. Alexis, great to hear you talk, and just to add 2 bits to what Utkarsh was saying, Let's Grow Live is exactly for that reason. It's there to amplify your voice. It's there as a platform to get you comfortable with talking to folks about your work. It's about just coming each day, every day at your convenience times, right? And just being part of the conversations. And it's been a discovery, a journey of discovery for all the folks who've been coming on and finding new facets of work that others bring to the table. So much respect for you. You're making this, you're doing this. I can say for sure that these 9 days now of continuously coming on for 2 hours every day as a steward, as a host, has convinced me, has brought me to a point where what I'm going to be proposing to Jimmy is that I definitely want to continue this particular section at least for an hour every day and get that momentum going for India, and get folks regularly jumping into the space from various angles. And I encourage you to think of a particular hour that you want to pick up, right? And develop that muscle. Remember, this is like any other muscle, and you need to build that muscle memory. And once it's set, it'll be second nature. Talking to people about your work, finding reasons of common, opportunity, and just getting people to ask you to join them. You'll be an expert and a star in less than a Gitcoin round.
Let's grow,
I must say, I really love it when like Pranav chimes in and like just like structures the whole thing out and like makes a very cohesive statement about everything. Like it really gets me excited. But yeah, thanks a lot, Pranav, for articulating it so well. Just on what you were saying, right? I feel this has been coming up in multiple spaces by multiple people in terms of how do we keep this running post. And we've had some conversations last couple of days on the slot that we host. And I think where those conversations concluded on was that it would be feasible if we at least started with like a 4-hour slot during the day where we all would choose our slots and choose our programming and everything and try first nailing those 4 hours for like 6 days or 7 days a week. I think you should take a break once in a week. Not all of us are Jimmy's here, but 6 days a week, 4 hours a day, and like then that's just slotted for everyone to pick out, and we can then conduct that from the Let's Grow account. I feel like the challenge here is if we can automate stewarding from the Let's Grow account fairly smoother, it will make the whole process of people being able to start up their own spaces and like conduct them in that. But so it's exciting. I feel like with this combination of video and audio via Twitter, it's unlocking a lot of new possibilities. I mean, you can do panels, you could do like do podcasts, stream it live on Twitter, and have discussions, like have brainstorming sessions, and too much is possible. But it's exciting. I feel like something will definitely come out of this. Like we were talking at that point also that everything that has happened consequentially has, like I think Jimmy pointed this out, that it's all been discussed on space, and then that has led to like its evolution constantly, and this is what's coming up now, and I feel like it will evolve into the next phase.
100%. By the way, give yourself co-host there, brother. Your slot, and we need 2 co-hosts always. All right. And I love this, Pranav. And dude, let's grow the climate program, man. Like when I spoke with Ben last, he said that the Gitcoin rounds or the Gitcoin grants rounds are like the Super Bowl. Call it. This is like the Super Bowl. We have all these other things going around like Allo and Grandstack and right. But I think we should literally make it as close to as possible as the Super Bowl in terms of like as we grow more and more channel partners, our content gets better and better. Like we gotta make this like a massive thing because also John of the climate program has been speaking about his dream of getting a $1 million climate round, right? In one Gitcoin grant round, $1 million. Cool. If we achieve that, the refi ecosystem will be freaking it'll be on fire, right? Because money is energy. That's basically what it is, the way that I look at it. And if enough energy can go towards the right things, then we really grow the movement and do what we need to do. And so like how do you convince people to throw down that kind of cash? Well, they're doing it for the marketing, right? They're doing it for branding. They're doing it because ultimately it's going to lead to more. I mean, some people are purely philanthropic, but I'm pretty sure these brands that would come along would do it for marketing. And so what are the marketing benefits? Did you go to the Gitcoin website? The community rounds have just as much promotion as the people that funded all around. There's like a little line of logos going across of like these are the people that funded the rounds, and then these are the community rounds. Like you could literally just set up a community round and get equal promotion. I mean, I love the community rounds. I mean, obviously Climate is not one of them, but the people who funded it needed a little bit extra exposure. So as we grow this, let's grow live concept. We've been doing shout outs to our channel partners, right? People who come on the video get a little bit of extra, maybe promo or whatever. But really, we should be creating different marketing campaigns for the channel partners that can for the ethical funders of the climate program in future rounds. So like the more reach, the more like exposure that we can get for these massive broadcasts, which is going to continuously grow and grow every round. The more we can then pitch that marketing benefit benefit to the people that would fund it to make the $1 million round possible.
Love that. Yes, and yes, and yes. And there is a bunch of ways in which we can structure that. So, just picking up on this point of really amplifying the channel partners. Now, here's an idea, right? We know for a fact that during the Gitcoin round, we have to be equidistant. We cannot be seen to be promoting one particular project or one particular brand, because that's the time where we are essentially just being a framework, a platform for folks to come and engage, right? So that's the point where it's a Super Bowl, but how do we? So I mean, I wouldn't want to go so far as to talk about monetizing it. That's a larger conversation for the group as a whole. And as Wasabi says, one vote, one voice, one vote, and that's a larger conversation. But for the season when we are not in the Gitcoin Super Bowl, that's pretty much possible to really have these channel partners talk about their offerings, right? And how people can plug into their ecosystems. So essentially what we are then talking about is selecting the channel partners whose objectives, whose goals are aligned with our goals, whose values. So rather than goals, and I think Anna has done a great job in putting together our values, whose values are aligned with our values. And then those channel partners can definitely be offering a bed in terms of other projects to plug into, to grow into, right? So again, keeping in with this same mindset of, growing, right? There may be certain projects that need nitrogen. There may be certain projects, which are like aquaculture, need a lot of water. There may be certain projects, which are, a different way. And we as a community are inviting channel partners whose values are aligned with us to offer that bed to plug into for all the projects. And there's multiple ways, multiple things we can do. Again, one vote, one voice, it's up to the community. I think that's the beauty of this. How do we want to offer this to the community as a service to the community? So very excited for this. I would encourage everybody who's here to really come and step up and join the Let's Grow DAO, because essentially this is, I would say, a very interesting inflection point where a bunch of folks are just coming together. I'm not saying I guarantee this will be like, the media giant thing next year, but I can definitely tell you all of us are coming in here with the right intent and with the right framework in mind. And we have a couple of folks out here, including Wasabi, who is very, very specific about structure. So that's what I love about this team. Stop me, somebody, before I keep going on. I'm just going to shut up.
No, I love it, brother. And
Please go on. I feel like this is live brainstorming going on, and we've been missing it. It's quite fascinating. I think the way the whole group has also come about, like there's something. It's quite serendipitous, I would say, and it's. I think the base has been set, and personally, super excited in terms of how it can address like collective problems, and also ensure that like there is absolute clarity on how the collective can participate. I feel like that's kind of, it's quite powerful in its own way. And Jimmy, do you want to add something to this?
So I mean, not monetizing it in the sense that people should get paid to steward here. I think we're pretty much on the same page. Like that's a voluntary thing. There's a community reward token, but that basically gets a utility. Like future hosting is not like a financial reward there. But what is obviously financial is like the people that fund the rounds, like. Getting to a $1 million climate round, I think is an amazing goal, and I just think that realistically, what are the marketing benefits? Can we all name the like 5 at least people who funded the rounds? I remember one inch from like previous rounds, but I don't really. I mean, I saw smell. Right?
I think for the climate round, it's primarily been momos.eth. We've had Polygon and Region Network and a couple of others
Nice.
chime in into a couple of rounds, but it's primarily all the heavy lifting has been done by momos.eth. And beyond a certain point, we absolutely have no idea what the organization is all about. But we do have a bunch of letters, and I think John was kind enough to really elaborate on the one letter that they've got signaling their goals for the space. And it was something to the extent that like they were quite bullish on NFTs in 2017, and then they kind of probably ended up making bank on that, and now they're redirecting all the profits that they've made from that on refi, because as a collective they're super bullish on refi. But it's we've got pockets in within the crypto space. I feel like even Gitcoin and Milwaukee kind of also flipped the narrative at some point, and it's now all about like being regenerative and funding regeneration overall, public goods being a part of it. And we need more of these like influential centers where we're able to like green pill them and get them involved within the community. And I do feel that one point that has been lacking, which I've also got from a lot of people, is that still today there is which is natural, right? It's a course of like how the ecosystem grows. But even today there is still a lot of conversation about like what the space is about and what we intend to do, but the products are still in a nascent state. So as the products of all of these projects evolve over time and they start getting some traction and we start seeing some real life change happen as a consequence of everything that we're talking about, is when like there is a lot more of a stronger selling point to whoever we are pitching to, because there is only a certain extent to which people will want to fund experimentations, but they would want to start seeing some results. And I do feel as a collective like we're probably at the brink right now, just a couple of more quarters and we will start seeing things roll out, and that should then get the flywheel going. Yeah, go ahead, Marco.
Yes, I was thinking also that it would be a good idea to, I don't know, maybe in the future, to release this Let's Grow NFT project, where all the funds are raised with this NFT project go directly to the matching pool of climate solutions. Like,
oh boy,
that would be cool, huh?
100%. I feel like there's a lot that we can do. This is just the starting. I also do feel that the distribution at some point that Let's Go Live can start offering will become quite an enticing factor. Like how Jimmy was alluding to. If we have reach, people want reach. People want distribution in today's time, and they want their message to go to the right audience wide and far. And in some sense, this is the beginning of creating that space where where it's like that like attracts like, right? And like if you've got the initial set of people that are highly aligned, it's by default process that they are also going to get more people involved which are resonating and vibing with what's being created over here. So I do feel that like is all coming back to one of the very interesting animation that was done by a certain Centropic in the space that alluded to how reef friends hug one another and the vibe just spreads. And I feel like this is the manifestation of that in some sense. We're all vibing with one another and just growing the movement here. And yeah, I think it'll catch up. There are lots, I feel like, as the community grows, lots of interesting avenues open up in how we can create projects or small products or whatever they may be, and monetize everything which is just directly leading to like adding to the climate solutions matching pool, and yeah, this is it's definitely quite powerful. Minting it at a flat price and then all of those proceeds going there is it's I think, but what I would want to get out of this is that like it would be nice if we created something for people which were not from the space. Otherwise it's just that same money circulating. It would be nice if you were able to attract fresh capital into the space, because that is the need of the hour. We need millions and millions to flow, billions to flow, and yeah, it's about how can we design something that's value aligned with what we want, but at the same time it's attractive enough for people outside the space to want to engage. And yeah, I think we get there.
That's really true. The echo chamber, because then it would be just the same money rolling in the same, like in the same cycle, bringing fresh capital. That's the total goal. I think a good option. Yeah, well, we have so many things to talk about, my friend. I don't know where to start.
Yeah, it's so much is common. Yeah, it's a lot has come up, and I don't. I'll be quite happy if we end up doing the meeting tomorrow. But I'm optimistic that it happens.
Yep.
Yep.
I have
Yep.
actually brought up the idea of having an NFT to fundraise for the climate solutions program with John, and he's saying like, yeah, most likely like in short term we're gonna be just focusing on like traditional capital flows. As we go into a bull, baby. I mean, look, if we set one up, it wouldn't take that long to do. And then like if Gitcoin's behind it and they promote it, like I think that'll raise quite a lot for the climate program. And then what could the utility be? I mean, the whole other brainstorm session around that. But yeah, like we were saying, like there needs to be marketing benefits. You get the right marketing benefits. You know, that's not only great for grantees, giving the platform, growing the movement, onboarding people, but it's also good for, you know, I think more funding coming in to support what matters. What matters.
Yeah, I personally, I think again, as I mentioned this before, I'm very bullish on the fact that like CCM is now a separate entity and it's going to probably get its own legal entity set up, and that is going to open a lot of doors. But all those doors that it's going to open, I know for a fact that the first question is that okay, everything looks great. How do we know what actual impact this money is creating? And that's where we would need to become a little more tangible, a little more quantitative rather than being qualitative, and they would need to see some metrics around whatever we are talking about. And once, as a collective, like if Climate Coordination Network is able to say that, okay, these are the 100 projects, and this is what these 100 projects have done over the last 3 months, and you will essentially be funding them to like continue doing this. And if that is very clearly evident, non-negotiable on paper, it's just going to make everyone's life that much easier to be able to raise fresh capital to come into the space. Because I don't think at a very macro level there is a massive dearth of capital wanting to go into climate initiatives, but also they have their prerequisites. And one of the main ones is knowing what sort of impact it's creating on ground ultimately. And the better we're able to answer that question, the better they're also able to take it up within their team to say, justify why they're allocating that capital towards these programs.
Yes, or it could be even, it could be one idea to just allocate the money to the climate solutions grant, but also maybe it could be like an independent grant. You know, like we could with that money or with the NFT money, we can open and let's say another climate solutions. Or I don't know. I mean, there's many ways to see it. Like also funding like. I don't know, like entering into I don't know. There's many ideas. I still need to put my feet on the ground.
Yeah, brain freeze. Pranav, I think you're unmuted yourself to say something.
I just wanted to quickly jump in and say that these are definitely things that the CCN working group has on their mind in terms of how do we attract more funding, how do we enable folks to really share their impact, because that's something that has come up repeatedly as a question from the community. So we're making a concerted effort. Again, there's been a lot of discussion around hypercerts. And just as a shout out, the next space in about 15 minutes on the climate program, that is the Climate Coordination Network's Twitter handle, is a space where we have invited Ben from the hypercerts team to talk about what's happening with hypercerts and hyperboards. That is something that recently that they're doing. And again, the idea is to show the impact that a project is making so that it is very clear in the minds of the contributors as well as the donors in terms of what is it that they are funding, right? Both retrospective as well as prospective, right? So that's definitely something we are very much concerned about and discussing internally. Yeah.
Grow.
Time to
So are we
grow.
moving into the
What?
space over there next hour? Again, I feel like Mr. G would have to do some sacrificial honors, but I don't know. What's the mood? What's the vibe?
Okay, so I think 30 minutes in, has a guest again, so we can't really just like send one there if there's a guest scheduled here. Wasabi was kind enough to give me his 7 p.m. slot, so I'm actually going to be interviewing Matilda, aka Gitcoin Mama, at 7 p.m. UTC time, so that's an hour. I don't know how long the climate program one's going to go for, but Max Impact starts an hour later today. But yeah, I don't know. I could play music here for 30 minutes, and then we all go
Guys,
there.
I am just like nature. If there is a gap, I can fill the space, and I think that among us there is such an energy that it's not just the Super Bowl. We could potentially experiment with running the climate show, climate TV, impact, regenerative solutions, Web3 coordination. Like among the Web3 people, there is enough energy, commitment, passion, and drive to make it happen. And then there was a question about the capital. How do you invite the new capital to the space? But then when you have such a outlet where there is 1,000 people non-stop, that is a great marketing vehicle that doesn't require any selling to have this movement, community, and energy. And I'm just wow. I wish I was here earlier, but now I know that for the next couple of days I'll be, tuning in, participating. In the bottom right, I've commented with 2 links: Democracy Now! And Novara Media. These are my 2 favorite independent media sources because I am based in London, and London is the Western sphere of influence that is to large extent dominated by the mainstream media and Google. Google is a default search engine that has a certain algorithm, and loads of information does not reach the mainstream consciousness. That's why I am bullish on independent media, and I am bullish on us having Web3, climate, refi, new governance, new civilization. I really want to build a new civilization, a new culture, new social contract, new education, and building a new India is part of this grandiose delusional plan. But in these circles, it's not delusional. It's just, sharing big, impactful, optimistic vision.
Let's grow.
Yeah. So, Maz, since we have you here, do you want to tell us more about what your project is about and what it's doing?
Hell yeah! Hell
Let's go.
yeah! I was
Let's go.
waiting for this invitation. I didn't want to chill, but hey, here
Yo,
we
there's
go.
no chilling right now here, fam. Until 24.
Just
No,
come and
no.
take
Chill like
Yeah,
the
let me
wind.
go. Yes, let's go.
Let it
Elevator
grow,
team.
Let it grow.
Let's go.
Elevator team progressing
Grow,
with progress. Loading in loading. Here we go. So it is all about impact evaluation. It's all about tracking externalities because in the current economic system, loads of things are profitable. They are legal because the law is ancient, obsolete, based on the climate science from the 70s. And the private sector is so much faster to innovate than government. That's why the project BaseX is the universal evaluation engine, new definition of value that tracks externalities and impact across the full life cycle of the product. And yeah, I mean, this is just so important. And you can actually plug any project that you have. There is 100 projects in the GG19 climate round, and my clearly stated, smart goal, specific, measurable, attainable, time-defined, realistic. My smart goal is to onboard 100 projects from the Gitcoin climate round to test drive the BaseX platform so they can actually measure impact, track their externalities, and it's also this is also my goal to partner with HyperCert, because for HyperCert there is no native evaluation. Okay, I can mint a HyperCert that I did something, but is it worth $5,000 or $10,000 or $100,000? So yeah, measurement, evaluation, tracking externalities across the entire supply chain. Big, grandiose vision, but hey, let's grow.
Yeah,
Let's go.
so that's really quite exciting to hear. I feel like it's. I'm curious as to how you're making it happen. If you want to talk a bit about specifics, like Universal Impact Evaluator does make a lot of sense. In fact, like what we're trying to do with Earthcoin is also similar. We're trying to like account for. I mean, we don't have a lot of say in how the current system works, but we are trying to account for the positive externalities that come about with your actions, and trying to say that like, okay, if you want more of this in the world, you need to put a price on it, otherwise it's just going to be a lot of empty talk. But how do you measure it? That measurement, I feel like carbon measurement has taken a few decades to get where it's at, and I don't know where, how cleanly are we able to measure all the positive externalities that come about. So what's the approach that you're taking? How do you, have you done a couple of POCs? What's it at?
Yeah, of course. I will start from the current system. Money is easy to measure. You have a number in the bank account, and carbon is also relatively easy to measure because you have these tons of CO2. But with the measuring impact, it is not the exact science. And the plan is to onboard every single organization in the GG19, and that will establish a baseline because we need to start somewhere. And I know that every single organization was vetted by the Climate Network, Gitcoin team. Actually, my project didn't pass the first vetting round, and I had to appeal. And I know that there was a pretty strict selection process. So I know that these projects are legit, and these 100 projects that will get first will create a baseline. And then in terms of the lines of defense, I rely on self-evaluation because even if it was me sitting in the ivory tower in this, evaluation expert, most of the data will come from the project itself. So I rely on a self-evaluation combined with Kleros jurors. Kleros is a blockchain justice protocol with jurors. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Kleros, but it is an integral part of the technology stack. And on top of that, we can also rely on open source intelligence, such as Google Maps, satellite photos. And in the long term, I'm hoping to create them, verify to earn. I will not fly to Kenya to, verify if the farmer really did the education for the girls. But when I can easily pay local $5 or $10 to actually interview the people and fact check the data. So there are multiple lines of defense, and it is still early days. Your feedback, your influence, your energy is much appreciated.
That's cool. I love it. I feel like it's a very abstract, complicated problem to tackle, and I'm quite fascinated that there are multiple approaches trying to tackle something like this. I apologize for the dogs barking in the background, but it seems like a new fight has broken out. So kindly bear with me on this one. But yeah, it's a very tricky, complicated problem to be addressing. But I don't see a future where we don't have clear metrics on this. that we're able to actually build the world that we're looking to build. And yeah, hats off. Wish you all the best for your first round. And everybody here, please make sure that you grow Nate to Base X. Base X is, I think, your project, right?
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
actually a little chill. It was 2021 during the previous bull market when I thought I'm here for the long term and I'm not going to give up that easily. So it is basex.com. This domain itself was like $10,000, which is, quite a sizable amount of money. But I knew that people, the target audience, having a .com is good for the brand. And I just thought, yeah, I like the .com and I didn't want a domain squatter. So it is basex.com. And the funny story about the name is that there's Elon Musk and SpaceX is making life multiplanetary, and SpaceX is also making life multiplanetary, but we start from the Earth. So BaseX and SpaceX have the same tagline, making life multiplanetary, and the new economic system that fully accounts for impact externalities, that tracks the impact across the supply chain. I mean, it has to happen, and whether it will be me or some other project, I know that majority of the startups fail. That's the statistics, but I am crazy enough that even though the statistics is against me, I know, okay, someone has to do it, and I'm in a good position that my chances of success are not 1%, they are now, let's say, 10%. So I'm making progress.
Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing Jimmy here donating to your project live in front of me.
Live.
So,
Live.
you're on mute.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I only went back to the other tab because you can't get anyone on this tab. But yeah, let's go to this tab. So boom, SpaceX, we getting 0.69 Ethereum, baby. Let's grow. Wait.
Oh, mama.
Wait.
Oh,
Come on.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
the power of shilling, bro. Check it out.
That's it. That's what's up. That's what's up. We're donating. We're donating for the nation. Thanks for coming through and showing. You're welcome here anytime, 24/7 until midnight UTC. It is midnight, right? When it ends. Yeah, it's going to end on midnight.
I think, yeah, it was. I think very clearly remember, man, the last time the round ended, that space was so wholesome. The last 1 hour, when the whole,
last one, huh?
yeah, the last 1 hour was so wholesome, man. Yeah.
Dude, yeah. Ben West woke up at like 4 a.m. or something crazy.
Yeah,
Until
they wanna miss out.
everyone woke up. That was awesome. That was very cool.
Yeah. So I feel like we are also at pretty much at the top of the hour. Jimmy, I feel like you're stewarding next, and we are doing half an hour over there, and then Deep is coming in with the guests. So,
yeah.
What's up? Are we playing some Mujik to put the show
Well,
on?
my friend at BaseX over here.
Mute, bro.
Sorry. Well, my friend at BaseX over here. Oh, you're back. Nice. Said that he's happy to fill the void. So you can do that. You keep it talking.
Absolutely.
She'll let the wind. You got a 30-minute story to tell. The floor is yours for 30. If I made the excuse to pop over there, pop right back, slop around the spaces, and away we grow.
Yes. OMG. I'm ready. I am absolutely 100% ready, and I will be looking at your different emoji reactions, because sometimes when you talk about stuff, it's good to see your audience and feel the vibe. I will tell you that I was to 3 different COPs, COP 23 in Bonn, COP 24 in Katowice, 26 in Glasgow, and now I'm actually looking at going to Dubai for COP 28.
Let's go! You can meet both of us in person.
People here in the space that are going to be there. So,
Jimmy, you can meet T-Rex. You can meet I think Sylvie's gonna come. Freaking dude. Ayoweka Uganda's gonna be there, dude. Like the Gitcoin family, man. We're gonna all unite in
Small
Dubai of all
activities,
places.
projects that are coming. So yeah, some motivation for you to
Wow.
book your tickets. Just
Yeah,
go.
bro.
It's. I feel like it's the right time. It's also
It's gonna be lit.
great that like we have a bunch of projects from the refi community that are going to be there, so that we can all collectively make some noise and get all of that attention and all of that moolah.
Let's go.
Kind of.
All
Yeah.
right. I'm jumping in the Let's Grow account. Give me 5.
Oh,
wait. That means you're gonna have to give someone else co-host. Like immediately after I jump in.
I give Mars
Give it to
co-host for
Mars.
now.
Mars is stepping up to the plate. I think we got a future. We got a future Let's Grow
Grower.
host. I think brewing here. We're training him. We're showing him the
I will
ropes.
put this on my CV if I
Yeah,
ever need
do
to
it.
apply
I'll
for
write
a
you a
job.
recommendation too.
I
Yeah.
was awarded the co-host on the one of the transformational and consequential Twitter spaces that ever happened in the history of humanity. That is just
Very good. Very good.
insane.
Okay, give him the co-host.
I've sent it, Mars. You would need to accept. I feel like you would have got an invitation to co-host.
Oops, I'm on my mobile and I didn't
Yeah.
see any crazy stuff
Yeah,
yet.
now you would get it. I feel like Treasons was a co-host. So 1 second. Check now.
Respond, accept, boom. Another story from real life that happened to me literally this week is protesting, climate protesting and environmental action. Just stop oil. I was literally, in London in Trafalgar Square. Many people got arrested. Myself, I wasn't walking on the road. I was walking on a pavement because hey, so many things going on. I don't need to be arrested right now, and it made me think to what extent it is, protest, putting pressure on the government, and to what extent it is, finding solutions. And I think that it is both ways. Like it has to be some protest and pressure on the government, but also the solutions both ways. That's my thoughts about this matter, and I'm curious if you have you ever been on a direct action on the streets protesting.
Oh, many times. I was at a lot of climate protests in Vancouver, Canada. I was there when Greta Thunberg rolled up. I was there for a bunch of a bunch of climate protests. Every time I heard about one, I was like, all right, let's go. We'll head to the streets. And yeah, it was quite a vibe. But I'm just really grateful that it's.
Yeah, I actually think that in the UK we are kind of privileged because we have the rule of law, and the police doesn't shoot at you. I am aware that there are many environmental activists who were like literally assassinated by the hostile governments. And also, the UK is the first country that did the industrial revolution, the steam machine, the railways, the electrification. And I think that the UK has a moral obligation to be the first country to do a climate revolution. That, okay, the UK just literally realizes that, okay, we need to completely phase out old infrastructure. We need to build renewable energy, and also on the moral and ethical level, like so much wealth in the UK comes from colonial exploitation, from pillaging India, Africa, other colonies. And now, when you look at the historical CO2 emissions, you should say, okay, UK has already, decent standard of living, healthcare, education, infrastructure. UK industrial capacity can be redirected towards developing countries, and I think this is fair, this is ethical, this is morally right, And now one of the reasons why I'm doing my thing, this accounting for impact, accounting for externalities, is that with this new accounting system, you have a sensible business model where helping others is actually beneficial to you. That, you can actually, because currently it sounds a little bit hippie and fairy tale la la land. Why would UK build infrastructure in some foreign country? But then when you change the metric, change the accounting system, now it is becoming, actually, yeah, it makes sense. It makes more sense then.
Boom. Sorry, I didn't actually mean to unmute there. Is Utkarsh talking at the same time? Probably not. But I love what you're saying, brother. Dude, you're such an amazing Spaces host. Love to have you here. Let's go, let's grow. Back to you, Mars.
Financing of infrastructure in the developing countries, it is probably above my current pay grade. But I was thinking about one big infrastructure project, which was possible 100 years ago. It is about. I will actually tell you how I started thinking about it. It started from the World Food Program, because in many places, World Food Program is distributing food for people who do not have anything to eat. And in Africa, there is not much transport infrastructure. So I started looking what are the roads, what are the railways, and I've discovered that 100 years ago, when it was still a British Empire, there was a plan to build a railway from Cape Town, South Africa, to Cairo in Egypt. 10,000 kilometers, 6,000 miles, and the majority of this railroad is accomplished. They actually managed to build most of it, but then what happened? There was a Great Depression, World War II, and collapse of the British Empire. So this railroad was never finished. And now I was actually thinking, wow, it's not just the distribution of food, it is business, trade, prosperity for local people. And then how do you finance it? I'm pretty sure that guys like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, they have enough money to just purchase a piece of land from the sovereign nation, and rather than enslaving these countries in a debt, I would be very happy if the Elon Musk and Tesla, Jeff Bezos, Amazon used their engineering might, their operational capacity. Like, they are just so efficient at solving problems. And I'm pretty sure that Elon would build much better railway than some, third world government. And of course, there is loads of concerns about the geopolitical stability and safety, etc. But ultimately, if people in Africa, you know, they want to live, they want to have good lives, they want to have education, healthcare, prosperity. When they don't have a way to move goods and do business, it's unlikely to happen. So that's why I'm pushing this very big, impactful, crazy ideas. But in this space, I think that there are no crazy ideas. They are just big, impactful visions.
100%. I'm just going to invite some people up here to the stage. Refi Medellin, Meso Reef, Wasit, Shimon up. You've all been invited. Kingfisher, Refi Tulum, Sandra, Carol can come up from Tree Gens. Would love to hear from you. La Madriguela, Kaipe Queen. We got Inspector Matt. We got Extinct. You can come up, throw down a set. Now is the perfect time to do so. Lav, come on up here. Much love, much love. All right, let's grow. Thank you for sharing. Okay, Sandra's coming up. Sandra, meet Mars. Mars, meet Sandra.
Hey, GM, or GN, wherever you are, which time zone are you in?
I believe in North Americas. I know in Mexico. What's going on, Sandra?
Hola, hola. How are you? Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me up.
You are most
Can you hear
welcome.
me?
Have you met Mars yet?
No, but I love everything that he was saying. Funny enough, you talked about a third world infrastructure project, and right here in Tulum, in Quintana Roo, and in the Yucatan Peninsula, there's a massive infrastructure project that's being built, which is a high-speed train. It's called the Mayan Train, and it's going to be connecting this whole area. So it's a third world country, but I think that they, well, we'll see what happens. You haven't been on any rides yet, and I am concerned because of just the natural terrain that's here. You know, the danger of it, but yeah, it seems like they're overcoming a lot, and also, you know, in the meantime, you know, destroying a lot, unfortunately. But you know, it's one of those things that there was just no stopping this project. It was a pet project of the president of Mexico, AMLO. But yeah, it's been interesting to see how that has all been taking shape and the impact that it's going to have on this region, just in terms of growth and tourism. And yeah, we're feeling it already.
Yeah, I actually heard about this train in Mexico, the Riviera Maya, the Cancun, Tulum, and actually, this is not there's no obvious answer here because it's environmental concern, the native tribes, the tourism, the impact. Like, I mean, this is not 50 shades of gray. This is yeah. You also mentioned the pet project of some previous president. And I actually was thinking that in terms of this African railway, north-south axis, if there was a train all the way from Alaska, all the way south through Canada, U.S., Mexico, Latin America, because currently there is still this. It's called the Dorian Gap. There is this piece of jungle that you cannot drive from Alaska to South America, del Fuego at the southern tip. You need to take a ferry. I am not advocating, building a road through pristine jungle, but the point is to build the transnational infrastructure, which is not just a single country, but multiple countries working together. I'm actually originally from Poland, and I know there is a Via Baltica where Estonia, Latvia, all this, eastern bloc of the EU is building a railroad called Via Baltica, and I mean that's fantastic, and I wish this sort of international collaboration was more prevalent. And maybe if web3 will grow, because hey, we are growing, let's grow. If the web3 grows, we will be a force on par with the existing states, where it will be us through coordination through network states. It will be us negotiating with, for example, another big big idea. In Kazakhstan, they have this Cosmodrome Baikonur, where back in the day, Elon Musk, before starting SpaceX, Elon went to Kazakhstan to see how much for the rocket, what he can do. So now Russia is building a new spaceport somewhere else. So I'm thinking, maybe we can raise, like, I don't know, $10 billion and purchase this Cosmodrome from Kazakhstan. Maybe we can run it as a public good. Again, this is big, impactful idea, borderline crazy, but I am this fire element who is here to actually inspire, to think bigger, to actually remove any limitations
type what you want to type, your thoughts, your comments, your emotions. We on stage after this question. Benedict, this one for you before I open it up to the audience who might have questions for all three of you, the panelists. So this is a couple of very interesting points that Colleen and Ben both brought up, right? Ben West brought up. One, of course, is could this hypercerts be like a stepping stone to the creation of those impact sellable impact data points, right? Because everybody needs to monetize the impact, right? So as they're getting into the process, we really can't afford all of these huge costly certifications. Hypercerts, are they a stepping stone to really starting with, since you're doing the DMRV, you're measuring the impact, you can potentially sell that impact. So do you see that as a stepping stone? And frankly, if people are coming up with their new projects, and there are no methodologies, how do they leverage Hypercert? What are your thoughts around onboarding onto the Hypercerts? Those two questions for you, Benedict.
I think that the moon landing happened simply because it was during the height of the Cold War, and there was loads of guys spying on each other. The Russia, the Soviets. So I think there's loads of independent evidence that it actually happened. There are many other conspiracy theories that I would like to entertain. For me, it's actually not a conspiracy theory, but if someone has a very inquisitive mind, when someone likes digging to the bottom of it, there is a massive documents leak called Panama Papers, Paradise Papers, and Pandora Papers. Like some offshore legal firm in Panama was hacked. They leaked like terabytes of data. And within this data, there are documents of, heads of states, presidents, prime ministers. It is, it is just so many documents that it's very difficult to dig to the
monetizing the impact and bringing finance to the impact work. So love that. Amazing stuff happening over here. Let me just open up the stage for folks who might have questions for you. Folks, the stage is open. Jeremy, you had a question earlier. Please feel free to unmute yourself and go for it.
Especially the portion about hypercerts that I'm the most interested in is the way that collaborative networks similar to Regions Unite and the nerds out there in the Green Pill proof that that impact is in fact occurring and how that might be able to set up. Maybe perhaps Benedict, you could give me some game on how Regions Unite, for example, might be able to play a role in that validation.
Well, first of all, everyone on the ground checking the impact is also generating impact, because the validation is such a crucial role in how hypercerts can be applied and should be applied. So first of all, when Regions Unite go out there and validate whether impact is really there, it creates more impact because they are checking themselves, they are incurring like a cost, you could say, but they're going out there and doing the work and doing a very important part of the work, because if no one checks, nobody cares, right? So, and we care and we want to check and we want to be certain. So you get these networks where it's being paid forward. So impact only creates more impact, yet not at the same point, at the same person, but really creates these network effects where Region Unite may be able to extend and expand and involve other actors and return to the original impact at the same time. I hope that answers your question.
Awesome. Love that. Jeremy.
This is the vibe, of course. This is 100,000% the vibe, right? That sounds like a really good game that I would love to play. And I'm just wondering, like, how in God's name we can increase the surface area of attention that, like, just does that social proof of impact. And, of course, like how we can get paid for that shit. Anybody else?
Great point. I have it open for both Colleen and Ben West in case you want to jump in. It's a great question, Jeremy. And this is something that all of us need to work on, put our heads together, but most importantly, get use cases out there, right? There's a bunch of folks in the space who are building apps to capture this impact. Atlantis DAO is there, I see in the audience. So a bunch of folks working on their region build is there too. I can see two more hands. First Sylvie and then Victor, in that order. Sylvie, all yours. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, GM, everybody. Absolutely second Colleen's initial thoughts on qualitative versus quantitative. Shout out to to Monty, to Jimmy, to T-Rex, to Sophia in the latest traditional Dream Factory Refi DAO Regions Unite event, where a hypercert was minted to support the claim of tree planting. A quick thought and then maybe a question, actually, segue to Jeremy's. So of tree planting. A quick thought and then maybe a question, actually, segue to Jeremy's. So the way I see it is the whole ecological space or environmental climate space is kind of evolving into distinguishing between practice and outcome. And the way I see the hypercert playing a big role is in maybe adding a third item there, which is the promise or intention of impact. So you basically have promise and then practice and then outcome. And I'm super interested in seeing how this even can play a role in prospective versus retrospective funding. My question, and I think it's related to Jeremy's, is how and when and where is the nesting of data? We saw a big gap between the minting process and the referencing of claim data. So whether it's MRV protocols or a certifying body or potentially even credit origination associated to that impact, where can this be nested? I understand that the Hyperboard can aggregate this data and even maybe specifically define
maybe, yeah, if you could clarify this, that would really help.
It could be aggregating events, logistics, coordination touch points. It could be environmental statistics and metrics. It could be specific like carbon sequestration outcomes. But ultimately, there are so many MRV protocols and methodologies that are in place that define these events and are collecting specific data around these events. And so I think the goal here is that the HyperCert can have some amount of referencing or nesting of this data within it.
I mean, there is referencing enabled in the HyperCert on the HyperCert level, and of course, when we speak about registries of HyperCerts that are used to create these hyperboards, there is contextualization taking place, and what you really want to do is whoever creates the HyperCert, you want to either trust this entity, or you want to verify that what has been created is really that what is happening. So as I've said before, you really have double entry bookkeeping, where on the one hand you
phone or your desktop or on your washing machine, who knows, maybe there is a Twitter on your washing machine and the app works on the washing machine, who knows. We are a movement, we are united, strength in numbers. This Gitcoin rounds are just such a great opportunity to come together and just focus on raising the awareness, because hey, not everyone in the outside world has heard of Web3 and Gitcoin. I think there is enough awareness of the climate. I'm following a couple of climate scientists on Twitter, and I am just worried that at this point no one knows what's going on. I'm like literally watching they like 6 standard deviation, like 1.5, 2 Celsius. At this point we are uncharted waters. No one, there's no playbook to follow because of the feedback loops, tipping points, new interdependencies, and I am just worried that we are heading towards the collapse. That's my realistic assessment based on loads of geopolitical events happening, but at the same time this vision of hey, actually everyone can have a abundant water, food, energy, healthcare, education, housing. Everyone can have a personal AI tutor. Everyone can be healthy, educated, happy in a loving, caring relationship, in a healthy body that is food is the medicine. And in the US, unfortunately, I cannot. When I see the data, it's just mind-boggling how many people are obese, overweight, with the the fat which is not serving any purpose. When 17%, 17% is the healthcare, or rather sick care. Where when I see this data, it makes me think, oh yeah, if you make food which is addictive, that has loads of junk calories and very low nutritional content, oh, you will make people eat more, that they will be sick, and it's good for the economy. But again, I'm sorry if I'm a little bit negative, but I am. This negative energy is actually driving me forward. So sometimes I want to drop in some extreme example that is like a truth bomb. And that's why I do what I do, which is all about incentives, all about measuring impact. And I know that there are many other people, projects, organizations working in this space. If you want to join us, this is actually perfectly fine to be here, shilling your project, talking about your latest climate realization. a very obvious example how the feedback loops are working when the forest is on fire. Well, it releases CO2 from the burn, and then it loses ability to capture CO2. A similar feedback loop happens with the melting Arctic and Antarctic. It is called albedo effect, when the sun is reflected from the white surface from the glacier, but when the glacier melts, it becomes the dark ocean water that absorbs the heat. And I know this is just a very basic elementary examples. I feel like I'm just preaching to the choir, and I am just filling the space because I am part of nature. If you want to go on stage, raise your hand. Enjoy the discussion.
I can do a little shilling for Refi Tulum.
Go, 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 go.
Yeah, well, it's actually exciting because we have a big event coming up this Saturday. Part of our focus in Tulum is the cleanup of Tulum. Tulum is a lot of people have heard me talk about Tulum, but Tulum is a really beautiful, magical place. People get here and they just instantly fall in love with the aesthetic beauty that is surrounding us here. But it's also a very fragile place, and one of the issues that we have here is around pollution and garbage, which is everywhere. So we're very involved here in Tulum in picking up trash and plastic off the street, and also transforming that plastic into other products. So we have a very big event coming up this Saturday. We're really excited that we actually have a partner here, a local partner. It's the Day Zero Festival. Another thing that's cool about Tulum is there's definitely a big festival, dance, party culture. And this particular festival is an 18-hour festival. It's January 12th, Day Zero. And they have a huge, huge sustainability focus. We've been working with them now for several years, and helping them have a plastic neutral event. So the first year that we were with them, we also have, I also have the NFT boutique and cafe here in Tulum. So we're really focused on NFTs to change the world. And some of those NFTs are part of our collective, the Guardians of Nature. And the first year, the Guardians of Nature showed up in their IRL versions of their NFTs and went and cleaned the festival of all the plastic and cigarette butts. And the next year we did the same thing. But then that year we were able to also power the festival with diesel made from plastic. And that was through the technology of PET gas, which has an innovation called non-catalytic pyrolysis, which transforms plastic into clean energy. Going back to your point about energy being abundant, if we can only, go to clean the world and have, an energy resource there at our fingertips, it would be amazing if we could accelerate this technology, which does exist. And now this third year with Day Zero, we are doing all of the same above, but we're also activating the community, and the community activations will be rewarded. Any participants will be rewarded by getting a ticket to go to Day Zero if they participate in 5 activations, or I'm sorry, as well as tokens from both PetGas as well as the Tulum coin. So yeah, that's something that's coming up this Saturday. And of course, we're going to be measuring everything and tracking it. We're also in the early stages of onboarding with Empower.eco, which is a plastic credits platform. So we'll be entering all that plastic into the system and onto the blockchain, so it's recorded, and then eventually turned into other products where it will be completely sequestered. And the idea is, yes, you'll have that chain that can follow the plastic that you're picking up from the beaches of Tulum, or maybe even Shankan, which is the biopreserve. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site that's just outside on the outskirts of Tulum. And we also have a cleanup coming up there. But yeah, imagine you've got a product that is completely verified, from picking it up in the ocean to becoming, a platter to hold, plates and cups, or even a dome, because we're making domes now as well from not recycled but transformed plastic. So yeah, that's a little bit about what we're up to here in Tulum, and I'll post a link to our grant. We're really excited because we have been making progress since the last grant, because we've got this new technology now in Tulum, which is the plastic to products technology. So it basically, it's called the TF100, and we were able to bring that machine here, and we've got it in use now, and we're basically taking unrecyclable plastic, like plastic bags and potato chip bags, things like that, and we can transform it into these different products through this process called thermoformation. And it's basically just kind of molds into different molds that we have. So that's what we're working on. And yeah, just really excited to be taking the first steps. We're really feeling a lot of support and a lot of passion and excitement. I mean, I was laughing with my colleague and friend from the pictures from the last cleanup that we did. And like, honestly, like everyone is like jumping for joy and so happy. And it's like, you wouldn't think that you're picking up garbage off the street, but there's a lot of desire to clean this beautiful place and keep it and preserve it for future generations.
I'm going to jump in here and say that's awesome. I loved visiting Tulum in February this year, and hanging out with you guys and the whole crypto community there is awesome. And I just like love the initiative that you guys have created locally there. So absolute like kudos to you all, and excited to see how things progress in future.
Thank you. And definitely, please put January 12th on your vacation list and come out and visit us. And I think that we're also going to plan something of a road trip around that time as well, a Refi Tulum regeneration road trip that will take us on a tour of the different refi projects that are in the area, because there are NFT sales. They raised 170 ETH, and they're taking care of a community of mothers and children in Calakmul and helping them become economically, create regenerative economic opportunities for them as well.
Heck yes, love to hear it. Wishing you all the best in this Gitcoin round. You guys are killing it on your side of the world. So round of applause for you. Woohoo. All right, Jimmy, Tree Gens, the man, the Let's Grow space aficionado. I think we're going to switch it up a little bit here and do a little sesh on the deep. So for all of you who aren't aware, we are a group that is focused on education and empowering women in the world of DeFi. And not only in terms of investment side of things and getting women to be able to participate by investing in different kinds of DeFi projects around the space, but also learning and contributing to the world of DeFi by either creating their own protocols or working on protocols themselves. So that is what we are all about. We are also in this Gitcoin round. The link to our grant is in our profile. And we're going to do a mini version of what we are about and focus on profiling a particular DeFi project in the space. So super excited to have Savvy DeFi up here. They are working on and have basically already been live and created non-liquidating, auto-repaying, zero interest loans. So that's super interesting. I'm very excited to dive into this more and ask some questions about like how they've built that whole functionality. And of course, the one and only Ava is here, co-founder of The Deep, always asking great questions. So super excited to have you here as well, Ava. Why don't you intro yourself?
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you so much for tuning in. I think it's just such a great opportunity for so many different projects and kind of like new endeavors to take some space and talk and exchange with others. So it's definitely great to be here. So yeah, I mean, Elizabeth and I started the Deep out of our kind of own frustration to not see as many women in this space, and we're kind of like trying to create a safe space, but also, and most importantly, the educational content that will equip any woman, anyone actually, to really feel empowered through their journey in DeFi. So really trying to recreate what we didn't have when we started our own journey. And yeah, very happy to be here and to learn more about Savvy DeFi. I think it'd be great to have a first 5 minutes introduction to Savvy. And then, yeah, we'll follow up with some questions. Thank you.
Yeah,
Hey,
Roman, thanks for coming. So excited to have you here.
thank you. Hey, this is Roman from Savvy, and I just want to say thank you, Elizabeth, for inviting me, and thank you, Ava, for doing this, because we also believe that education is the biggest key to advancing our nascent space, and I'm happy to be here to talk a little bit about the cool stuff that we're building.
100%. Roman, I'd love for you to maybe start off with giving a bit of a background into why DeFi at all. I know you come from the finance world, so I'd love to hear a little bit about your journey into this space personally. And then maybe we can jump into, where the idea of Savvy came from and how you guys managed to build it architecturally.
Yeah, of course. So, my background is from banking. I used to work for JP Morgan at the private bank. So, ostensibly, my role was to make really rich people richer in whatever way we could. And that was a pretty well-paying job. But I've always been into kind of playing around with tech, and remittances were a big part of my personal life growing up because I had family all over the world that we had to send money to. So it wasn't the easiest experience. And my friends taught me about Bitcoin once upon a time, and they were like, "Hey, we got this cool place called the Silk Road where you can buy some cool drugs." And I was like, "Well, I don't want the drugs, but this magic internet money doesn't seem like it's going to do anything." So I laughed at them, and that was 2011. And by 2013, I realized I was wrong. So I was like, oh my God, Bitcoin's transformational, and it's able to equalize people and governments, and be alternative to control, to a series of sets of controls that we were all seeing in the world. So I got really excited about the space, started getting into it, actually got really excited about Ethereum and smart contracts and the capability that it was doing. And then I saw what Ripple and Stellar blockchains were kind of working on, got very excited about that, and built an app with some friends on the Stellar blockchain that basically allowed a merchant to scan, provide a QR code, scan that, and if you have a Bitcoin wallet or an Ethereum wallet, it would send money and the merchant would get it in USDC. And we got some community behind it. It was a community built project, and a startup came along and basically integrated it into their tech stack. And I was really excited about that because we were able to prove that there's some traction behind this technology, which got me really, really excited about what the future could be. And I decided to leave my job at JPM and come in here full time. And for the last 2 years, we've been building something really, really cool that makes me super excited when I talk about it. And that's the project here that we built out for Savvy. Yeah, we've been basically creating a infrastructure for the last 2 years that will allow anyone permissionlessly to borrow against their currency in a way that is both really safe and really, really efficient. And the reason for that is because I'm a big DeFi user myself. And man, I got to tell you, if you've ever provided liquidity to DeFi or any kind of app, your experience probably ranges from I made a bunch of money very early on, or I became a very big bag holder of a project that might have went to zero, and I tried to provide liquidity, and then something happened to that liquidity and now it's gone, or now it's worth nothing, or you're stuck or whatever. So people complain about providing liquidity in this space because it's a real problem. DeFi is really transformational, you know? It can do a lot, but there's still a lot of problems here. And we wanted to make it a less friction, less place, right? Like there's too much friction going on. You have, you know, the building blocks for permissionless lending, for payments, for trades, for whatever you want, for any kind of idea you can build here, right? So you have the building blocks for that, but that comes with loss of working capital because it's stuck in some pool. It comes with opportunity costs because you can't reuse your money here, right? Because most things are just like too illiquid. And worst of all, if you're like any kind of trader or user of DeFi, you have to constantly worry about liquidation risk. And that's actually become like a metric that's measuring how much people get liquidated daily, right? So we wanted to kind of provide some alternatives to that. So we created this credit system that allows you to take your stable coins or your Ethereum or your Bitcoin and without permission borrow against it. And you have no funding rate, so it's interest free. So we don't charge you interest up front for taking out this loan. And because we use these DeFi primitives called Savvy tokens, SV tokens, you never risk being liquidated. So your original ETH, Bitcoin, or stable coins will never be a risk for being taken away, regardless of what happens to that price of Bitcoin or ETH. And because it's also working for you, because you put it into like some yield strategy, it also pays down your loan over time. So we basically created this like really great insular system that allows you to be super efficient with your crypto and also really safe because it'll never put you at risk for getting wrecked. And we've been live for 5 months. And best of all, we're completely community funded. So we actually like, get it, seek or get funding from VCs and are owned by the community.
Heck yes, congrats. It's super exciting and it's great to see you guys are live on Arbitrum as well, which is like such a great hub right now and community for the DeFi world. I'm sure that's been a real joy to be a part of that as well. Ava, I'd love to have you jump in here and maybe start us off with some questions.
100%. I mean, we don't see a lot of protocols like Savvy DeFi out there. It's a great way definitely for people to get loans quickly, and you know they're using their future crypto earnings as collateral, which is really sick. But the best part, I guess, is that you're avoiding the usual downsides like interest payment or the risk of losing their asset if prices fall, which we just talked about through liquidation risk. I guess my first question would be a little bit more about the mechanisms that you guys put in place. I'd love to have a little bit more overview about that.
Yeah, my pleasure. So when we tell people like what we built, most people are like, they kind of, their first reaction is like, well, this is really cool. Like, I want to learn more. Or the opposite, they're like, wait, this is like too good to be true. How are you doing this? Right? Like really skeptical. And we love both of those reactions actually. So at a very high level, without boring people, the way that the system works is when you deposit like into a strategy, let's say we're going to use Ethereum, for example. So you take a strategy that you see and you can deposit Ethereum into it, and it has interest payment because it's doing something, right? Like you're providing liquidity to a lending pool, or you're providing liquidity to some sort of liquidity pool. We make sure first that it's like a single-sided vault, so you're not experiencing something called impermanent loss. That's you know, for anyone that may or may not know, I'll just explain what that is. Impermanent loss is when you combine like two assets that may have different price points, and you combine them into a pool or a pair. And whenever people trade between those pairs, the price differentiation between that will result in something called impermanent loss because of the constant model that has to exist in this pool, because it's like 50-50 between the pairs. So impermanent loss means that when you came in with, let's say, 10 and 10 of tokens, after some time you may have like 12 and 8 and whatever between the two, and that's the difference, and that's the loss. So we want to make sure we avoid anything complicated like that. We only choose strategies that are very vetted and very like audited and tested, and single-sided, meaning like you only deposit that ETH and nothing else in that vault. And for that vault itself, it has an interest payment because of the underlying strategy, whatever that is, right? So we built on top of like other projects. So you deposit ETH into that strategy. And now Savvy lets you borrow up to 50% of that deposit. And you're borrowing that not from like another user, you're borrowing by minting a new asset. And that asset is called Savvy ETH, SVETH. And that token is basically a synthetic derivative that is hard matching one-to-one price inside Savvy for that ETH, right? So if you brought like 1 ETH and you minted 0.5 Savvy ETH, the system guarantees that you can always pay back that loan with Savvy ETH for the same value that it was minted with, regardless of what the value is today, tomorrow, in the future, whenever. So basically, it's like, you know that meme of 1 Doge equals 1 Doge? Well, Savvy's lending protocol literally like doesn't need an oracle or a price. It just treats it as units. So if you borrowed $1 worth of something, like ETH, that's basically what you always have.
Okay, interesting. So if I understand well, you don't really have issues regarding maintaining that value, right? Because it's just 1 unit.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about price, because let's say like you trade the Savvy ETH, this like new token that was created to represent your loan. It's basically like the same that you would treat like a staked ETH or any other like staking derivative token from ETH. It's a liquid asset, so you can move it around, you can trade it, you can spend it, you can do whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And whenever you want to pay back your loan, let's pretend that for some reason Savvy ETH is like 5% lower than the price of ETH on the market. Well, you as a borrower, you'd be so happy if that happened, because you can always just buy it for 5% cheaper and pay back your loan like from Savvy. So this is why it's like a very hard one-to-one. So you don't care what the price of the synthetic ETH is of our version, because you know deep down like the contract treats it as one-to-one regardless. It doesn't need any outside information to know that. It just knows that this thing is like always one-to-one when you bring it back. And that's why you're basically borrowing from yourself. So you're yield farming and you're able to take out a loan, and you can go do whatever you want with that loan because it's liquid.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, that works very well. As you mentioned, you know, it's very similar to stake ETH or other stake crypto assets that we know. And that helps definitely in terms of, you know, pricing. It's something that users don't have to get exposed to. And that's definitely the whole point here with using this synthetic token while you deposited another like more volatile token. So I completely see the interest here. But just to make sure I understood correctly, how do you guys calculate the future yield of the collateral?
So the calculation is based off of the variable interest rate for the underlying position. So essentially, like the yield that's coming from that vault will be calculated by the project that we built on top of. So if you look at it right now, there's a big grant happening in the Arbitrum ecosystem where 29 projects were funded with a grant of like 50 million ARB tokens. And you can see the interest rates or like yield rates on a lot of projects in the Arbitrum ecosystem like shot up dramatically, right? So like some are even like providing almost triple digit like interest rates on stuff and yields, because it's so much like new crypto being given out in a short time frame. So our promise is that you're never going to be liquidated from your position, but we don't promise that the rate of repayment is going to be steady. That's variable. You know, like we can't promise you that's going to be like 10%, 20% forever. It could be 30% today, but if the strategy below that we built on top of, for whatever reason, stops being incentivized or isn't doing well, then the repayment rate gets slower. So we don't promise you they'll be repaid like instantly. We just make sure that like when you're taking leverage, you're never going to be at risk for losing it, and also it's self-repaying like slowly. So what's in it for us? Like, why would we play the long game, right? Basically, like, why are we giving people money up front and kind of waiting to get it on the back end? Well, because as the project grows, with every deposit, every time someone's minting a new token from us, it creates a bigger and larger economy, and it actually turns us into a bigger player in the space, because now we're holding positions on behalf of users, and we have the ability to also vote govern our way into many different things. So as like a small community-based project, our goal is to become a very big community-based project, and that takes a long time. And with that has to come governance power, which is why we're basically farming on behalf of all of our users and collecting, in many cases, vote and like utility and governance tokens as yield. So as that all comes into Savvy, we start basically using that for governance power and for the ability to draw more yields for our community. And that's kind of why we decided to only take yield on the back end, right? So we don't charge you up front. And the goal for that is that we want to grow, and we want to invite people to come grow the ecosystem with us.
Yeah, I get that, because since you're saying every time you deposit cryptocurrencies into the vault, then you're minting new SV tokens. So that's literally how you can encourage people to come and, as you said, grow the importance of the SV token, both for governments, but also for obvious more protocol reasons. My question is, so the first step is depositing cryptocurrency into a vault. How do you guys, so first of all, which crypto do you accept today, and how do you see things evolving in the future? Obviously, you guys have been live for 5 months, so I'd love to kind of see your vision for how this could evolve in the future in terms of interoperability or anything you guys had in mind. That'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple things. The process is really simple. You go on our website. If you go on our app, you see a strategy you like for either BTC, ETH, or stablecoins. And when you drop down, you'll see like how much room there's left in the vault and what the yields are. As soon as you make a deposit into that vault, you're then presented with another window that says like, would you like to borrow? And then you can choose from 0 up to 50%. You take that out, and then in your wallet you'll see Savvy, ETH, or BTC, or whatever it is that you came with. So that's basically it. It's that simple. And now, as far as like what we're trying to do for interoperability, well, today we live on Arbitrum, but we want to be an omni-chain project. So the idea is that from a user perspective, as we would like to build something that's not just made for like very active DeFi users. We want to create something that's like used by a lot of people. So the idea is that this credit infrastructure that we're building can have more than just like a business to consumer application, that we can also build infrastructure and like self-repaying loans or non-liquidating loans for other things like getting into games. So we're talking to a couple of game developers about like having participation in their project in different ways. We're talking to card payment companies about like piloting, Savvy USD as a synthetic stable. So there's like a lot of things that we're working on to build out the ecosystem, and we want to, with the help of many other projects in the space and other protocols and infrastructure projects, build out a new way of kind of using DeFi in a way that my mom would be more comfortable using DeFi, meaning like you don't have to worry about your private keys. You can log in with your Gmail, and some of these things all exist today, but they haven't quite all put it together from like soup to nuts, right? So to get from like a GMX style like leverage perp dex trade or whatever, which may be over someone's head right now, like my mom, to like her bank account would be great. And if she could do it in 2 clicks would be even better. So we're working to obfuscate away chains, gas, tokens, and that's going to take time little by little. So in the future, like version v.1 of 1.5 or whatever Savvy will allow you to hop from token to any token. So if you have like